Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2023 CDBG application workshop. We will get going in a few minutes, but in the meantime, feel free to keep checking out the intro slide, which carries pretty much information on today's agenda, running order of things to come, and it also lists our presenters today and some of the great information that we will be bringing to you. My name is Dominic Carew, and I'm part of the Small Cities team, otherwise known as the development team at the Department of Housing. We'd like to welcome you to the 2023 CDBG application workshop. And we just give some folks a little bit more time to get into the room, and we will get started shortly. Thank you. Good morning again, everyone. Thank you. It looks like just about everyone is online. Still have a few just coming in, but we'd like to get started just to stay on target. We're a few minutes behind right now. My name is Dominic Carew, and I am part of the Department of Housing Development team, the Small Cities team to be exact. And today we have some great information stored for you in terms of in-store, in terms of the application workshop and some of the new items that we've brought to the table and some things that we've kept that work. Before getting into any of that stuff, I just wanted to draw your attention to the housekeeping guidelines. As you know, prior to signing up, we did send out a waiver, just letting you know that the workshop is actually going to be recorded. Throughout the meeting today, you'll be muted. Of course, feel free to use the chat box, and that will be your way to communicate with us in terms of your questions. We'll be happy to answer them during the parking lot, as we called it, sessions. Um, our team will definitely do our best to get some answers to you then. If we are unable to answer your questions, we will certainly get back to you with some responses. If we need clarification, we will unmute you, and of course, you'll be able to state your question. Um, I hope all is you're well and ready for some really exciting information. But before getting into all of that, I just wanted to welcome again everyone and start off the show today, the workshop today, by introducing our commissioner, Sailor Muscara Bruno, who has been with our department and led us through some really very interesting transition times. I will say that it's been a pleasure working with her and enjoy her approach to leadership and making sure that we are all trained up to do the best job that we can to bring the services and programs to you all. So again, welcome to the 2023 Small Cities Application Workshop. And without further ado, I'd like to hand you over to our leader, fearless leader, Sailor Muscara Bruno. Good morning.
Hey, Dom, I'm just gonna make Sayla come in. Hold on 1 second, please, everyone.
Apologize for the technical difficulty there, guys.
Commissioner, you should be able to. Oop.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I hope everybody can hear me. First of all, I think I'm going to direct my staff to have this meeting next year in person because I really feel that I'm talking to myself. So having said that, good morning, everyone. Good morning to our partners, our municipalities, our friends and partners at HUD. Without your work, we wouldn't be able to do all the things that we do. And also, as I mentioned, the municipalities and all the service providers, whether are nonprofits or consultants. I think the staff has been working very hard in trying to streamline processes and also providing technical assistance. So I hope that you all engage. We're not perfect. We're not 100%. I think we are probably about 70% of where I would like to be with these application processes and projects. You also are going to see several new faces. We have been building our team. So I think along the way, Dominic or Miguel will be introducing the new staff that are going to be working along Dominic and Miguel and Lisa. I think last year we did not have Lisa, so we have two managers right now, Lisa Quash and Miguel Rivera. And then we have been able to hire several other people, including an architect and a construction manager. I also want to briefly mention that we will continue working, streamlining the process for CDBG, aligning our resources with resources from CHAFA, and of course, trying to really get to the heart of our programs which is housing right now, our top priority, whether it is new construction or preservation, as well as helping some of the town with the infrastructure. So don't be shy. Ask questions, give us comments, give us suggestions in how we can do our work better and how we can utilize our resources to help you out in the process of continue building and preserving affordable housing. With that, I don't want to take more time from the staff since they have prepared a great agenda. I do want to introduce a new deputy commissioner that have joined me this past, I think he is pretty new, a couple of weeks. Brendan McGee, many of you may know him as he used to be a state rep for Hartford. So now he is in the trenches with us, rolling his sleeves to make sure that we continue producing and preserving our affordable housing stock. With that, Brendan,
So Commissioner, we'll just have to make Brandon a presenter real quick unless he does not want to give any remarks. So he did say before
yes,
you joined
please.
that he wasn't going to, but I will make him real quick. Hold on one moment. All right, Brandon, you should be able to speak now.
Good morning, all. Thank you, Commissioner, for that amazing introduction. And as already stated, I'm extremely excited to be here and to join the work of the Department of Housing and everything that we continue to do. I also want to thank our organizers for today's workshop and thank all of our municipalities. So I'll toss it back over to Commissioner as I get home after dropping two little girls off to school. And I want to make sure safety is first. So I'll listen in on the workshop, but thanks again. And I look forward to working with each and every one of you.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. We're very happy to have him. I know we're going to do a lot of great things. So thank you very much. Have fun today. And as I said, don't be shy. Give us comments, suggestions. We can help you and you can help us to do what we need to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you all. Thank you all for joining us today. And we've got a really packed schedule. Would like to get going, and without further ado, I'd like to, I understand, wait a minute, I see some messages coming in of blank screens. Can you folks just put your question about the screen if you're having trouble in the chat? Someone will attend to it for you. So as I mentioned, we do have a packed agenda for today, and which has been flashing pretty much across the screen throughout the morning. And we've got representatives of team from the HUD Hartford field office today, the actual field director, office director, and would like to introduce two of them today who was going to share with you some updates from HUD and things to look forward to, and what you should try to be mindful of as you apply for the Small Cities Grant this year. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce to you folks our office director, Susan Piancini. She is no stranger to our stage here in Connecticut. She's been with us for several years, and welcome, Susan. Good morning.
Suzanne,
Oh,
I don't mean to interrupt you or be
sorry.
rude, but we have at least 10 people who cannot see you. So I don't want you to speak and folks cannot see or hear you. So there's at least 10 people, which is a big chunk of people who say the meeting will continue shortly and they don't see anything on the screen whatsoever. At least there's more people coming in. Nobody can see us.
Okay, hold on. Is it that they're on the phone? If they're on the phone, they won't
No,
be able to see.
They only can see it on the phone, but they don't see everything. Everybody's commenting in the chat saying, can't see the presenter, meeting will continue shortly. So I'm not exactly sure. Well, the phone
Okay.
works, but not the computer.
Oh,
So we're gonna test it on my end. I'm gonna make, yeah, everyone that's jumping in, same issue, same issue. On a laptop, can't see anything. Okay. Um,
I don't know,
okay.
for what it's worth, I'm on a laptop in my office and I can
Yeah.
see and hear everyone.
Me too.
Okay.
Hi,
All right,
Susan.
so half the room is
Hi.
working and half the room cannot. So we'll try to troubleshoot in the background.
Okay, maybe we can ask them to drop off and come back on again. I won't take attendance until they come back, until the lion's share of folks come back in. Folks, this is atypical of virtual presentations. Sometimes these things do happen. So how about if you drop offline and come back on again? We'll wait a couple minutes for you to come back in. It might also mean to refresh your screen. I've tried multiple times to log in from my computer. I'll try again. Yep.
You can go right on, Suzanne. I'm gonna troubleshoot in the background, so just so we can
Okay.
keep going.
Sure, thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Commissioner, for your warm welcome for everyone. Also like to recognize the DOH team. They are phenomenal partners and we're happy to work with them here in Connecticut. And Brandon, welcome to the fold. It's nice to have you inside housing. I'm delighted to be here today and to join you at this important annual training day. On behalf of HUD Secretary Marcia Fudge, I want to thank every stakeholder in this room, every partner for all you've accomplished for housing and inclusive community development across our state. I truly believe in HUD's mission and feel privileged to work with each and every one of you. It is important that we work together to accomplish state and local goals to advance housing production, improve housing quality, and create equitable economic developments across our state. It's also important to remember that at its core, housing and community development is about people, the people we serve together. Sufficient and affordable housing is foundational. It is critical to people's livelihoods, their physical and mental health, educational attainment, and it helps support and strengthen families and build strong, healthy, vibrant, and sustainable communities. We could not realize these goals across HUD's programs without all of you, and in particular, working to maximize and leverage these important state small city funds. This past year, I've had the opportunity and honor to stand with SELA at many, many events. Thank you very much for including us. It's so important to celebrate the start of construction, the completion of the project. The outcomes have just been fantastic, and this is across the state. We've served housing, we've served our most at-risk populations, we've created housing, we've strengthened our communities. Please continue to include HUD to these events. We'll always try to be there. We'll proudly raise your successes across HUD around the country. Right now, I'd like to hand the mic over to the important part of HUD, our new director, Phil BQ. Many of you may have heard that Atlanta Cable retired at the end of the year. And Phil has joined us as Connecticut's Director of Community Planning and Development. He's had previous leadership roles in both Pittsburgh and Denver, and we look forward to hearing perspectives from those parts of the country. We're very excited and lucky to have Phil on our team and joining us in Connecticut, and I wish you all nothing but the best for today's conference and look forward to seeing phenomenal projects from across the state this year. Phil?
Good morning. Thank you, Suzanne. Yes, my name is Philip McHugh, and I'm the new Community Planning and Development Director in HUD's Hartford office. As Suzanne said, I'm coming from another HUD office. I've had the opportunity to work in and participate in partnerships with quite a few different HUD offices over the last 15 years. And I think the biggest asset that I'll bring to the state and our team is being able to sort of cherry pick the best sort of operational features from around the country and bringing with that sort of efficiencies, quality control measures, all the different things that sort of I've learned working in about a half a dozen different offices across the country. So I'm really excited to be coming into Connecticut. It's a move that we're making to be closer to family. Well, my wife and I both really love the New England area, and we're excited to just be in Connecticut and focusing on the state. So in my work across those offices and across the years, I think the biggest thing that I've learned about our programs is partnerships, which is a word that several people have said on this call already. It is true. We have collective goals, both you all as units of general local government, your various stakeholder organizations, the state as sort of the prime recipient and administrator of these programs, but we all have to work together to come up with our sort of collective goals, and we measure success together as well. So in those roles, HUD, of course, has its responsibilities. We tend to focus on process. We tend to focus on systems and deadlines and accuracy in reporting, timeliness, expenditure of funds. All that sort of sounds dry, but that data is important. It really tells our story. That data tells a story to Congress, to media, to all the various stakeholders that what we do has value. And without that, it's sort of a little bit, it's a little bit hard to quantify and point to. So getting high quality, timely, accurate reporting data from our units of general local government are critical to how we preserve the future of our programs. Other focuses that I really have: building capacity of our grantees, building knowledge through training, building our knowledge based on the fundamentals so that we can confront sort of the challenges we have in this job with creative problem solving and critical thinking. So in addition to increasing the capacity of our current staff, I really want to build staffing levels. Our office at HUD is really in a great place right now. We have a very full office with a great team. We've added some positions as far as a program manager, which the office has not had in quite some time. That'll add a lot of value in how we affect progress and within the state. But I want to, increase staffing levels across the board wherever there's ideas to bring in new staff, wherever we can stretch our budgets to increase salary levels. I'm really, interested in ideas there. It's really the people, it's all of you that make the projects happen. So the more of you, the better. I want to wrap my time up, but I want to hit on a couple other things. As far as sort of things I tend to hone in on in sort of our compliance role that we have are the cross-cutting requirements. It's rare that we really see sort of a completely ineligible project, but we often see challenges around environmental reviews, conflict of interest, procurement, lead-based paint. Those cross-cutting, more sort of nuanced requirements tend to get pushed to the end as we focus on sort of like the splashy project. So I really like to front load cross-cutting requirements and build compliance into our process so we're not forgetting about those types of things. Make sure we're sort of front loading all of those requirements because those are the things that can really tank a project. Environmental review is something that the sort of our biggest findings, our highest dollar recaptures have all been related to environmental reviews. We want to make sure we're understanding those requirements and getting those done in advance. Few other sort of HUD plugs before I let you go. Build America, Buy America is coming down the pike. There were some sort of little bit of waivers or delays in those, but that is coming, and we're putting out a fair bit of training on those. I'll make sure we try to push those down to all of you so we're all aware of that requirement. It's going to be probably one of the bigger regulatory changes that we have had in quite some time. We're also in a big push to finish off our COVID funding. I don't have the state's dollars and cents in front of me right now. We want to make sure we're finishing strong with all of our COVID dollars, getting that out there. Another plug I want to make for is the congressional projects funding. Our units of general local government are probably in the best place to take advantage of those. So the word I'm not really supposed to say is earmarks, but it's the best way to describe those being back, or their congressional project funds. Those really support really interesting local projects and have a lot of impact in your area. Your point of contact for those is going to be your local congressional leadership, local congressional offices. But my team and some teams at headquarters are providing oversight for those. So if there are questions, you can come to us, but we're probably going to have to push you back to your local congressional office. But those are some really interesting projects that are available to all of you. We're getting a lot every year, and I don't want anyone to miss out on those funding. I think that's about all I had for all of you, but I do really appreciate everyone's time. I appreciate Suzanne for the nice introduction. I appreciate the state is a key player in in our work. And really, it is all of you, our general local units of local government in the state program, your local stakeholders that are sort of the background, the backbone of our program. So thank you all very much. Your job gives me a job, and I really like my job. So thank you, and have a good rest of your day.
Thank you so much, Philip. I really appreciate you jumping in, joining the our region. Thank you so much for that. And of course, the great words, and of course, some of our built-ins that are coming down the pike that we need to be very mindful of. Of course, the BABA, Buy America program, and of course, the Violence Against Women's Act, which certainly we do have to be mindful of coming through to this particular cycle. So again, thanks to our field office folks who has been our really right arm in terms of support, program support and understanding. And right now, I'd like to try to keep this on schedule. We're a little behind, of course, and I think seeing most folks are coming back online. If you're still experiencing problems, it looks as though you do need to update your Teams software, download it to your desktop. And hopefully that should bring you some ease and comfort in hearing the presentation today. If you've missed anything, as you know, it will be recorded, and this entire workshop will be available to you on DOH's website. So keep that in mind, and don't panic. They were just introductions so far. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce to you one of our newer members on staff, or one of our managers on staff, and her name is Lisa Quach, and Lisa is actually going to cover for our director today, Miguel Rivera, in terms of this presentation she's covering, and several more, I think, too, as well. But Lisa comes to us with a wealth of knowledge, and we're very super excited to have her on our team. She keeps things moving and keep us entertained, I will say, and also keeps the food in the office. So when we do go in, there's always a treat and a snack to go down and talk to Lisa. But we'd like to pass the baton right on now to Lisa, and she will cover for us the program overview and pretty much the information set aside for public housing modernization with focus on the SSHP portfolio. Lisa, good morning.
Thank you, Dominic. Good morning, everybody. Thank you again for your patience with your technical difficulties. One of the things is I am going to be covering with Miguel, so I may be able to answer some questions at the end about this, but if you do have any questions, Miguel Rivera will be your contact person for the majority of these items. So we're here to talk about 2023 CDBG funding. So how much are we talking about? So we're hoping to get about $13.9 million, but it's really going to be up to HUD and its final allocations to determine the final amount. So we are hoping to be about $14 million to spread across as many projects as we can. As you know, we do try to maximize funding so that we can make the biggest impact possible. So if you're interested in getting any of the $14 million, next slide, please, we will need you to submit an application no later than May 31st of this year by 11:59 p.m. Unfortunately, we cannot make any exceptions, and we cannot accept any additional information past this deadline of May 31st, 11:59. If you're like me, if you can put an alarm on your phone, put a calendar reminder or something, don't wait till the very last hour to submit something just in case you're needing additional information to accompany the application. But make sure that you upload the application through ShareFile, the Jaffa ShareFile system. If you have any issues accessing the page, we can work with you on that. There will be the web page and the login credentials will be shared with you after you submit your intent to apply. So the intent to apply will need to be submitted, next slide please, by April 30th. So if you don't submit your intent to apply to this email, which is doh.cdbgapps@ct.gov, for those of you who can't see the screen, we will not think that you're going to be submitting an application to us, so we won't send you an electronic submission to log on to ShareFile. So it's like, if you missed the first deadline, I'm not sure about the second deadline, so make sure Sunday, April 30th is your first deadline you're putting in your calendars or however else you keep track of things so that we can receive your intent to email to apply. So we do need some basic information when you are submitting your intent to apply. We've actually set up a sample for you, which is on the next slide. In order for you to submit a full intent to apply, we need to know, are you going to be hiring a consultant? And are you going to be, do you have a project description? Do you have a location? And what your intention of how much you're hoping to apply for. So this again will be accessible after today's workshop, so you can go ahead and actually use this exact format and compose your email and send it over to the email address that we provided. So once you have submitted your intent to apply, again, that's when you get your submissions for your passport to share file. One of the things that that we do encourage folks in partnership with CHAFA as well is for housing authorities to partner up with municipalities so that we can do this SSHP, which is state-sponsored housing portfolio. There are obviously increased needs for that, and we think that municipalities and housing authorities, when they come together, really can make some magic happen. So if you have any questions about SSHP, I know Miguel can answer some additional questions on that. Next slide. So we had talked about some of the funding things, but we also have some grants from 2020, 2021, and 2022 that we do have some thresholds and some deadlines for. So for the 2022 grants, there is a waiver right now that we're able to utilize for our blanket program. For our 2021 grants, we will need to have 50% of the funds expended by April 30th, which are like, wait, that's like in a month. Yes, so we are still processing, reviewing some applications that we can use to spend this down because we don't want to get the money back to HUD. In regards to our 2020 grants, we also, the April 30th deadline is very important. We also need to have our funds from the 2020 grant fully expended by April 30th. So April 30th means you have to have your intent to apply, and if you are a pass applicant, just know that those are the thresholds as well on April 30th. Now, this is something new, so we want to make sure that we really address it. If you intend to apply for funding this year and you had a prior grant that was identified for express closeout, but you have not completed or you have not compiled your express closeout documents yet, and it's not completed by April 30th, we will not score your application. So keep that in mind. If you have anything lingering from the past, you want to make sure you close that out and get that addressed before you worry about what's coming this year. And that's just to be fair and consistent with everybody. So just keep that in mind. And if you are one of those folks who have an express closeout that is not completed, I strongly urge you to address that in the next couple of weeks. There's also not going to be no more than 2 open grants allowed per applicant. So that's like a capacity thing. We want to make sure you're not biting more than you can chew. So again, there will not be any more than 2 open grants per applicant. Again, keep in mind of the past, if there are any open or unresolved findings, concerns, it will also affect your rating and ranking. And if you were terminated for cause, if for any reason in the last 5 years, you will not be granted any awards from the 2023 funding round. Next slide. So these are some of the specifics in regards to the program guidelines and requirements. So the admin costs are up to 8% of the grant, or $33,000, whichever is lower. So keep in mind when you're doing your budget, when you're talking about admin costs and fringe benefits and things of that nature, there is a cap of 8% or the $33,000. There's also a $3,000 max for both the application development and the environmental review development for the admin costs. There's also program costs that are restricted up to 12%. So again, these slides will be available and we can share them, and the recording will be also available if you need the specifics for what those caps are. I'm not going to read every single bullet just because I think you guys can go back and look at this. But the ones that are important I will mention. So under the CDBG program, any revenue that's generated from revolving loan funds is considered program income, regardless of the amount. So it could be $1. It's still going to be considered income that's generated because it's coming from the revolving loan funds. So please keep that in mind as well. If there is no active program income use plan, you'll be asked to utilize the program income first for the project. And that is not my area of expertise. So if you need more elaboration on that, that is Miguel for you. So next slide. So program income, as we just mentioned, what you may commonly see as PI for those who vote like alphabet soup. There is a limit of 8% on admin costs as well, and up to 12% on the program costs. So 8% or 12% seems to be the trend on the cap. You can have no more than $35,000 for program income on hand, and program income must be zero in order to draw grant funds. There's also the Section 3 final rule, which is 24 CFR Part 75. Highly suggest that you look into those documents as well. HUD has a really good training website on all of the Section 3 final rule and the requirements, so you can go ahead and look into that. I also missed the bullet about the contract agreements and the final inspection agreement. We do recommend that you have one between the municipality, the building inspector, the consultant, the homeowner, and the contractor as well. And the last new requirement that's applicable to CDBG after November 2022 is the Build America, Buy America Act. We commonly call it as BABA. So we were hoping to get a waiver, but that waiver did not go through. So we can send out information if you'd like for more BABA, or if you're proactive like me, you can go on HUD's website and there will be more information about BABA. Next slide, please. Okay, so there is a walkaway policy that was newly developed. There is a $35,000 per housing unit limit. That's capped at $35,000 per unit and up to $100,000 per property if there are 2 or more units. So there won't be any waivers, I guess we could say. We would consider them, but I think we are really trying to stick to the $35,000 per housing unit limit. For the funds, it is going to be a reimbursement method, and they are for any towns, you are strongly encouraged to pay your invoices with local funds and then get reimbursed. Make sure that you are tracking all your invoices in a good manner so that it's easy for us to review and get you reimbursed properly. There's been some issues with some of the submissions we've been having, so that's just a disclaimer. And then also make sure that you keep track of your project expenditures account. And the waiver of permits and fees as leverage funds is strongly encouraged and will also give you some bonus points. So just keep that in mind. Again, you can reference this at the end. So if you're planning to do a survey, you must get permission from us prior to doing the survey. That will need to be requested in writing, and we will notify you of all approvals if they are submitted by April 14th. So in the next couple of weeks, there's going to be some really big deadlines, so you should probably figure out your timeline if you are planning to do the methods, the surveys, as well as apply. So after April 14th, we may or may not review your request for the survey. It will be at the discretion of the wonderful CDBG team here. There is a handbook that outlines the survey requirements, and it is posted on the website for your review. And the surveys must be conducted by an independent surveyor, and the certification dated April 30th will be used to determine your program income amounts. Next slide. So as a reminder, the threshold criteria must be met before the application is submitted. So as I mentioned earlier about Section 3 plan, to Google that to note so that you can compile your Section 3 plan and submit it as part of your application. There's also going to be a Fair Housing Action Plan that we will discuss later on in this workshop that also needs to be accompanied to the application. If you anticipate a relocation of any of your tenants that are currently residing on the property, we will also need a relocation plan submitted, and we will review that and let you know how that works for us and meets all of the URA requirements. All payment requests for DOH for processing no later than April 30th must meet the spending threshold, which is the slides that we mentioned a couple of slides ago if you need to go back to remind yourself what those thresholds are. In regards to budget extensions, you must demonstrate a need to extend the budget beyond the initial 2-year deadline. Extensions will not be granted without adequate reasons. Requests must be prior to the final quarter of the performance period. So again, the trend here is don't wait till the very last hour to get things done. And the last reminder that's also new is the town or the consultant and or the recipient must attend the Certified Grant Administrator training and obtain certification. So we'll talk a little bit more about that later on as well. So next slide. One of the things that we need to do is the SEPA. And there is a dedicated SEPA email address, which you can see on screen here, which is at doh.sepa@ct.gov. That is needs to be submitted by April 30th. There is environmental review that will be done, and I am very happy to let you folks know that DOH does have an environmental analyst on board. So please submit your SEPA intakes no later than April 30th. On the next slide, there's going to be some additional information that we'll share with you and you can access. There's a link that brings you directly over to the CDBG program that's on our website, and then some resources that are available as in the handbook and the financing plan, application exhibits, and things of that nature. So again, you could just Google those, and I'm sure we'll be sending out some documentation to accompany that. On the next slide, it talks a little more about our training opportunities that are coming up for the year. Someone like me, I always want to take advantage of trainings because you never know when things are changing, or if there's information you may have missed. So there are some trainings opportunities that will be coming up later on in the fall. I know it seems very far because we're only in spring, but it will come before you know it. So there will be 2 CDBG trainings for CGA. As we just mentioned, is going to be mandatory for the town municipals as well as their grant consultants. So mark your calendars, save the dates, as we will need to attend those in the fall. And that is all I've got for today, and wishing all of you the best of luck, and good luck in your planning, good luck in your application and your submission. And again, just be mindful of the deadlines that we mentioned during this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you for filling in very nicely there. Next up, I'd like to introduce a new member, not really new, it's almost just over a year, right? But an older one as well, who will share with you basically the national objectives and eligible activities. Today, we'd like to pass the baton on to Lilia Kaltika and Kurt Schoen Renee. They will present on our national objectives and eligible activities. Thank you.
Good morning. Kurt, you there?
Hey, Lilia, I'm just getting our nice presentation up for our nice attendees here. So just give me one moment.
Sure. This is not
I forgot
a
to
new-
mention that Kurt is running our back end today, so he's doing double duty. So of course, thank you for that.
Good morning, everyone. So I am just sharing my screen now. So just
Oh, I might as well start it right away. National objectives and the eligible activities that surround our CDBG program. It's not a new subject. It's definitely a starting point for anyone applying for this year. The CDBG program is designed for states and local governments to develop viable communities, provide suitable living environments, and expand economic opportunities. CDBG activities are required to meet one of 3 national objectives, just one.
right, Lilia, I'm pretty new, like Dominic said, to the CDBG process, and I'm reading these 3 activities. So maybe we could talk a little bit more about each one real briefly, and maybe give like some high level examples. So what does activities benefiting low to moderate income persons really mean?
Well, as everyone sees on the screen, or maybe not the people who are having trouble, each one of the columns that are here talk about 1 out of 3 national objectives that has to be met by a project that gets applied for. If you are going to have a project that is going to focus on benefiting low to moderate income people, then you have to stick to some of the requirements and some of the directives to understand that it has to have an area benefit. It may also be a project that's focused on limited clientele. And one of their most popular focuses is our focus can be on housing and also jobs. The activities, according to the current HUD definition of low income, it captures individuals 50% or below median income. Modern income focuses on people 50 to 80% of AMI. This means for a CDBG project, an LMI person has a total household income of less than 80% of the family income for the part of the country where they live in. These amounts are usually updated, and I'm going to try to tell someone to kind of quiet down right behind me.
All right. While you're doing that, so when you
I
say
did that.
when you say limited clientele, an area benefit, as like I said, I'm not really sure what that means. Is it like the specific area the application has to be addressing, or does it mean like the people in that area need to meet that low to moderate income definition you just provided, or what does that really mean?
Yep, the area benefit kind of just means that. This means the project takes place in the area where at least 51% of the people are LMI.
Okay.
And in regards to limited clientele, that means the project needs to be also at least 51% have a direct 51% have a direct benefit to the LMI persons.
Great, that makes more sense. What about these other two national objectives? What would be some good examples, or for potential application? What would they need to know?
So for housing, the agency has definitely been in the position to award housing rehab projects. Housing is a deeply rooted CDBG effort. And as for did you just say jobs? Jobs is something that job training, job opportunities, workforce activities. But I mean, I've been at the agency in the unit for about 3 years now. I just haven't seen any of those done here by Connecticut DOH just yet. But
Okay.
it's nationally, it's part of the program.
Sure. And so like prevention and elimination of like blighted sites, that would be the same kind of thing, like an area basis versus like a specific building per
That's
se.
right. That's
And
right.
then
Yep.
what would be like an example? Oh, okay, great.
The blight can be area-wide and a neighborhood that needs to be addressed, or it has to be more of a particular building or a cluster of buildings.
And then right. And then to meet the urgent needs, is there something specific that is needed, or is it just the backup that the application has?
It can be an urgent need. My experience in the department so far has been an urgent need of bulging pipes, sewer lines that had to be replaced immediately because of the messy nature of it. Actually, the applicant, the Housing Authority, had a current CDBG award that they received the grant funds for another activity, but when the urgent need arose, that's where we had to shift the grant. So urgent need would be something that is broken sewer lines.
Okay, great. So if we meet one of those three objectives, is that all we need to do as an applicant for this year, or
No.
what else is part of an application?
It has to also be paired up with an eligible activity. So we talked about an equation earlier that says, first, if you pick the right national objective, if you're focusing on the right national objective overall, you pair it with the proper eligible activities, you're on the way to having a very, very viable CDBG project application.
Yeah, I see that there's a lot of actual eligible activity types. So maybe we can kind of break down this list. And of course, these slides are going to be accessible after this presentation. So if for any reason someone is new to the CDBG process, definitely please look at these, because there are a lot of different activities that a municipality could take on with an application.
That's a long list of activities, eligible activities that we put together on that slide. Just to run some of the most interesting ones that we've had. Acquisition is an eligible activity. Purchasing anything from water rights or other interests of property. Relocation payments is also something eligible. relocation payments to relocate residents because of renovation or displacement, those costs are definitely eligible. We have public facilities and infrastructure improvement projects, public places such as senior centers, town garages that need renovation, community centers. The infrastructure improvements would include, like we mentioned, water, sewer, street renovation.
Yeah, I saw that we don't have CDBG money eligible for new construction. It's only existing
Yeah,
structures.
we're not going to build any brand new housing. We're not for seniors or any type of rent. New construction is not an eligible activity for CDBG.
Okay, that's important to know. How
That
about
is important.
removal of architectural barriers? What would that be?
Architectural barriers are very popular use of our funds, ramps, elevators, repair, and also anything that has to do with cleaning up any code violations, especially with our interest in allowing a lot of our senior accessibility issues. It's definitely architectural barriers that come into play to be either removed or enhanced. Parking, ramps, stairwells, landings being reconstructed, stuff, things like that.
Okay, that definitely helps clarify it for me. I did also see that there's an ability to pay administrative costs, but not all costs, right? So what kind of costs would be able to fall under CDBG?
There's definitely consultant costs. A lot of the consultants are on the call today. Program administrating costs to cover the consultant that will be working the project. There's a lot of citizen costs surrounding citizen participation information and gathering information and any of the other additional fair housing activities that may be put together by the applicant or the housing authority to make people aware of what the project, how the project is shaping up. Any of those program administrative costs are eligible. Staff overhead, it's all eligible.
Yep, and I did see that unfortunately what isn't included is engineering, architectural, and design costs related to a project, but we could do general planning grants.
Yeah, general planning, if somebody would want to possibly start looking at their downtown area or some area that needs more planning, to have more people involved, to have more financial plan, a new project that may encompass having to gather more information from other neighborhoods, from other types of groups that will have to start weighing in on the use of the CDBG funds. If there's a way to get everyone into some kind of a planning mode, then it's really just the planning activities that we can pay for. If further on, the project will need design drawings and with architects involved, and also possibly other professionals, engineering consultants, that would have to be, that's when, I mean, your question mentioned what we can't pay for. So we can't pay for the drawings. We can't pay for the engineers to get started. We're basically just in the position to pay for the planning.
Okay, yeah, no, and that's definitely a distinction in any kind of project that you're planning to do, to know where your funding can come from. So I did see that there's a number of different public services that CDBG also supports. So I'm not going to ask you about each and every one of these, Lilia, but basically, for our purposes here today, is there any one that you would say, we would like to see more of in the future, or stuff like that?
I'd like to see some more fair housing activities for people to understand that, and the public to be more aware of what fair housing activities need to be with the use of our funds. And also, we do pay for a lot of homeless activities. There is a lot of additional federal funding that's out there now, but the educational programs is also something that's going to be available, and other federal funding. But fair housing activities and services for senior citizens, and also the homeless activities that we also fund from the agency.
Okay, great. Yeah, and I mean, not to reiterate what Lisa kind of went over, but we do have the SSHP focus in tandem with CDBG again this year. Is that correct?
That seems to be the direction that we're going in. I think Lisa just touched on it a little bit. Some of the most larger projects that we've had for CDBG have definitely been projects that encompass the SSHP portfolio. So these are larger scale projects, and the money definitely goes for the upgrade of all the units in the complex. I mean, everything, the flooring, the cabinets, the lighting, the bathrooms, fire protection, and other code related issues. With handicap accessibility being such an interest, especially if code starts playing into the renovation of the project. Most recently, we even had to have a large amount of investment for bump outs, meaning maybe corner units that are in clusters of senior senior units, possibly by bumping out, by expanding the footprint of an end unit to make that unit fully handicap accessible, and that would count into the units that need to be counted as fully accessible. And these are code-related issues, and we've seen that in the SSHP. We have 2 large projects of such going on right now.
Right, right. No, definitely understandable that you want to take that into account for their activities. So in closing, since we are short of time today and we just want to value everyone who is attending, I just want to reiterate what are ineligible activities, and the 3 main ones: political activities, construction of new housing, and buildings to conduct general government business. So basically, as that sounds, no political purpose, but you can use it, like Lily was referencing, for ADA enhancements of government buildings. But if you're unsure on an activity, and obviously we have the window opening, please do contact us and we can definitely clarify anything further. But without further ado, we are going to pass this back to Dominic, and he can just keep us moving here.
Whoa, folks, thank you so much for that. It was really informative. I don't think we've had the national objective and eligible activities quite discussed in such manner. I hope that the attendees enjoyed the presentation, the question and answer that went on, and I hope we tapped on some of those things. We do have one housekeeping item that we do need to keep throughout this meeting, and we have not done it yet, but we will run our first attendee roll call. So if you will all please, in the chat box, type your first and last name. This is part of our roll call. We will do it 2 more times to make sure that you are here in this meeting to get credit for your application. So can you please all just type your names in the chat box? That'll be great. Thank you. While you're doing that, just wanted to quickly, no, I think we're good with the updates. The next presentation that's up today, it's going to be, again, a seasoned professional here at DOH. He's my longtime colleague, and I call him brother at this point. And we do have a new member on staff as well, Danny Reyes. But my brother, as I call him, and everyone interchangeably calls me Jerome and Jerome Dominic. But Jerome Mim is here, and he's going to share with you folks citizen participation with Danny Reyes. Good morning, guys. Take it away.
All right, great. Good morning, everyone. Jerome here. Going to be presenting our citizen participation requirements with my new colleague here, Danny Reyes, who you'll see very shortly. So basically, there are 2 main components of the citizen participation requirements. First one being actually preparing your citizen participation plan. And then the second item being actually holding the public hearing where you'll be getting citizen input. So the first part of it is actually preparing your plan where the town's actually going to think through how they're going to get their residents to actually participate in the process. And this plan is very important as it's a threshold item that must be, in other words, must be submitted in your application. So essentially, the purpose of this plan is, again, we want the town to actually think through the process of getting citizen input before they actually determine what activity that they'll actually apply for. And again, it's, as I say, we encourage citizen participation in all of these other bullets here. So you want to make sure to think through that. But essentially, we want to make sure that before the town submits an application for a particular activity, we want to avoid any kind of local opposition that may arise because residents didn't feel that they were a part of the process, essentially. So it's very important to think through all of this when going and constructing your actual plan. So your actual plan must have these particular items in it as listed here in the bullets. And we actually do provide a sample in our CDBG manual for your use, of course. So you're not required to use our sample, but whatever plan you draft up, just make sure that it actually has these components as listed here. So now I'm going to turn it over to our new addition to our small cities units. His name is Danny Reyes. He's going to talk about the second part of our citizen participation requirements. So take it away, Danny.
Morning, everyone. I'm Danny Reyes. I'm the newest housing specialist with DOH, and it's a pleasure to meet everyone. So the second portion of the citizen participation is our public hearing requirements. Now, with public hearing, all applicants will be required to hold at least 2 public hearings. Each hearing is to be held at a different stage in the program. This is an ability to offer citizens an opportunity to comment on the municipality's proposed activity and the community's housing and community development needs. The first public hearing must be held before submission of an application to the Department of Housing. And if the applicant is then awarded a grant, they must then also hold a second hearing no earlier than 1 year from the date of the fully executed assistance agreement and prior to the submission of the pre-closeout certificate. If necessary, the applicants may hold a virtual public hearing in place of the in-person hearings, but again, that is only if necessary. The legal notice requirements for the public hearing are going to be a legal public hearing notice that must be published at least twice, and that needs to be on different days of the week, in a daily newspaper of general circulation within the municipality. A list of the daily newspapers of general circulation are available in the CDBG Grants Management Manual that's located on the DOH website. A weekly newspaper may not be used in lieu of the daily newspaper. However, it may be used as a supplement to that daily newspaper. Also, applicants are encouraged to advertise on their our official websites or social media campaigns and websites, as well as on the radio. The community must also hold at least 1 public hearing with 2 public hearing notices. That is a very important aspect of that. Now, the continuation on those notice requirements. The first notice of the public hearing must be published at least 14 days prior to the date of the public hearing. The second notice must be published no less than 3 days prior to the date of the public hearing, and use the required public notice in the CDBG Grants Management Manual. Now, if you have a question as to when do you hold a public hearing, the public hearing should be held when all citizens are generally available to attend. So with that, the time constraints around that would be pretty important. So hearings held in the morning, early afternoon, and weekend are not allowed. Applications that are submitted within those hearing hours will not be accepted. So those will be ineligible in each of those cases. Now, as far as the topics to discuss at these hearings, the locally proposed activity and any community developmental needs that are of concern within the municipality should be discussed. Use and approval of the program income reuse plan if the town and city anticipates earning program income from the proposed activity. And any more information you can find within the CDBG Grants Management Manual. There also are some requirements for folks with disabilities. There's ADA requirements. Now, the public hearings should be held in a handicap accessible location. That is probably the first and foremost, most important aspect. Also, the community should make accommodations for individuals with disabilities and non-English speaking persons for full community involvement and interaction. Now, as far as the application submissions are concerned, what you would want to include in that are copies of the notices along with newspaper affidavits of the publications that were submitted. You'll also want copies of the public hearing minutes, which are recorded with detail. They must be certified by a town clerk. They must include a list of all those that were present, such as public officials, municipal staff, citizens, etc., that were at those meetings. And refer to the CDBG Grants Manual for additional details. Quick ability to see some of that in detail. So here you can see a little bit of a breakdown on certified minutes that were submitted and the statements as they are written out. This is, of course, omitting any personally identifying information, but you have the signature also here from the clerk. Here as well, you can see a more detailed breakdown on what was discussed and how it was listed as was submitted to us here at DOH. And another example of that as well here. We have a portion where there was no public comment. And this is all submitted and then signed officially by the clerk. Now, there will be a second public hearing. Now, if the municipality is awarded the grant or the applicant is awarded the grant, the town must hold a second public hearing prior to the closeout. Want to make sure to cover the following information: the project's progress, results and any beneficiaries, and the budget status. So in summary, the most important part is that you want to have your citizen participation plan put together and detailed, allowing all citizens to be included into that part of the planning. You also want to make sure that the public hearings are addressed for the application purposes. There will be 2 required legal notices that are to be submitted and recorded. And then it'll ultimately end with the second public hearing for the grant. And we thank you guys all for your time this morning. And we'll have questions coming soon.
Thank you, Danny and Jerome. Greatly appreciated. On information on citizen participation, we will reiterate and include some definite, some must-dos later on in the presentation today. You'll find that some things are being repeated, and that's because we want to make sure that you heard, not just heard, but adhere to some of the requirements for the application process. Next up today is our fearless leader, Mr. Miguel Rivera, and he is going to talk to you a little bit about some of our application requirements. So now you heard earlier about meeting the national objective and eligible activities, and then of course you got some insight on citizen participation, which is, a very, very important requirement. And now another extremely important requirement would be the NEPA and SEPA, which is your environmental review record. One is the National Environmental Protection Act, and the other is the Connecticut version of that act. And so its importance with the actual application process. Nothing happens without these two. So without further ado, Mr. Rivera, take it away, man.
Good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me? Just Kurt, let me know. Oh, thank you, Kurt, for putting up the slides. First, I want to apologize as I am working from 450 Columbus Boulevard here in Hartford. I'm attending a training with DAS, so I stepped out to participate and join in the fun. I want to thank all the staff, Dominic, Kurt, Danny, Jerome, Lucille, Lilia, Lisa Quach, our new manager as well, who's jumped in to support us here. And if I've forgotten some of the staff, I apologize. So just want to jump right into the presentation. Things to know about the environmental review. We're going to use the parking lots with regards to questions. If there are any technical and content questions will be addressed after the presentation through a FAQ. One of the other takeaways is that we will be posting online a brand new environmental manual guide that was prepared by the consultants from HUD with the state of Connecticut with regards to how to complete your environmental reviews and what you all need to know. So that will be posted soon. I think we're just having a slight technical difficulty and we're getting our slides back in order here. And here we go. Thank you. So things to keep in mind on an environmental review is that it is an analysis of the impacts of both the project on the environment and the environment on the project. That the Part 58, with regards to defining the responsible entity and certifying officer, is critical to understand in regards to the roles in NEPA. Just like Monopoly, do not pass go. Funds cannot be committed, obligated, or expended prior to the completion of an environmental review. Doing so can create a choice-limiting action and, unfortunately, could terminate your project. Lastly, the responsible entity must create an environmental review record with verifiable source resources and document findings for each project. Next slide. Thank you. So who is the responsible entities, or the RE? Well, the responsible entities assume the federal responsibilities and are typically the local government, either the highest elected official or a administrative city or town manager, tribes, or the state of Connecticut. The responsible entity certifying officer will be evaluating the environmental review, is responsible to assure that the scope and the content are complete, ratifies, certifies the environmental findings, and in a worst case situation, would be the person that goes to court in a lawsuit. We do ask that all grantees, that's okay. We do ask that all grantees go through the exercise of each aspect of their project. Thank you. So who has these responsibilities? Well, the responsible entity receives the form once the environmental review is complete. They accept public comments, complete the authorization of the release of funds, also referenced as the authorization to use grant dollars. They also do the monitoring for the environmental compliance and provide technical assistance. So again, what is an environmental review? Environmental review is an analysis of the impact of the project on the surrounding environment and the environment to the project. The objective is to document that our HUD-funded projects are not harming the environment and that the environment is not going to be impacting our projects, to provide decent, safe, and sanitary housing.
Miguel, real quick, can you adjust your mic or closer to your
Okay, let me try that. Is that any better?
It sounded like you, unfortunately not.
How about now?
That's great.
Okay, it's just how I was holding my phone. Again, my apologies for not being able to participate from an office setting at this point in time. So again, do not commit funds before you are authorized to do so. The environmental golden rule. Remember the golden rule. Whoever holds the goal makes the rule. We are utilizing federal and in some cases state resources, so therefore we must follow the appropriate rules for both of those federal or state resources. Not doing so could create a situation that is referenced as a choice limiting action, and that could adversely impact your project to the point that the project would have to be canceled. Next slide, please. So which activities require an environmental review? All of them. All activities related to a project require a review. So that means if you're utilizing funds for administrative, environmental testing, architectural drawings, pre-development, you should identify that in your scope of work and assure that the environmental review scope is clear. The environmental review process. These are the components that make up the environmental review record. The first and most important is defining the project, determining the level of reviews, performing the review itself, finalizing the review, and then a successful review. We will be expending the project funds, and then we should do a post-review for any considerations of things we might have learned during the implementation or construction. So defining the project. This is the most important aspect of a review. We need to understand the the actual physical project. We need to describe what is happening, and we must include the entire project, not just the portion of it being funded with HUD money. It's important to understand we are looking at the entirety of the project site. We must capture the most, as best possible, the maximum anticipated scope of the proposal. Include all contemplated actions that are a composite of the project. The ERR, or the Environmental Review Record, is going to document how the determinations were made. It's going to include documentation such as maps, and I have to warn you, Google Maps is not always the safe harbor, but the guide that we've developed will help you moving forward. Letters or correspondences, approvals or permits. For example, if you send a document to the State Historic Preservation or Floodplain Management, the initial correspondence, along with any subsequent and final determinations, should be included in your file. The process for floodplain and wetland management, your phase 1, phase 2's environmental reports with regards to your sites. In some cases, you might have a phase 3. Pictures of the site and further and future renderings, as well as, this is where Google Maps comes into place. You'd want to do take an aerial picture so that you can look at things that might be in the surrounding area. Mitigation and monitoring. If mitigation measures were required in any of the portion of the environmental review, that means that you would mark the box yes, that it is required. You need to make sure that those are going to be implemented. You have to make sure you have an approved plan to be able to have your environmental review record be signed off. The Department of Housing staff, along with a new staff person, Mithila Chakraborty, who is our environmental analyst in the department, will be monitoring the responsible entities for environmental compliance during the application process. Levels of review. At the highest level, well, let's start from the bottom. The first level is to determine what activities would be determined as exempt, not subject to, excluded but subject to, an environmental assessment or an environmental impact statement. Thank you. Exempt activities include environmental planning and designing costs, administrative and management activities, public services, inspection, technical assistance and training, and payment of principal and interest, and any temporary assistance, disaster, or imminent threat.
Miguel, you're covering your mic again?
Sorry.
No worries.
Yeah. Should have gotten a little tripod. Boom. Next slide, please. Categorically excluded, not subject to, or what's referenced as since, includes things such as tenant-based rental assistance, operating costs, such as utilities and supplies, pre-development costs, maintenance, and most importantly, supplemental assistance. Supplemental assistance is when a secondary review is required when there's a change to the funding stack associated with the project. It could include the addition of additional federal resources. Categorically excluded subject to, or CEST, is the most typical that we will see with many of our public housing modernizations or housing rehabilitation projects. It includes acquisition, leasing, or disposition of land or buildings, the removal of barriers that restrict mobility and accessibility to elderly and handicapped, next slide, thank you. It deals with the rehabilitation and repair and improvements to both public facilities, multifamily residential, or single-family residential. And in the HUD world, single families include 1 to 4 unit dwellings. The record must contain a well-organized review of the process and the determinations made under each of the sections. An environmental assessment, although not typical for the CDBG, can be something that we will see because it incorporates major rehabilitation, any type of new construction, which we now know is not typical of CDBG, but this also covers the Home Investment Partnership, the National Housing Trust Fund, and other federal resources. Reconstruction or demolition, a change in land use. Let's just say someone wants to do a project that would be the purchase of land and then convert it to an affordable housing multifamily development. An environmental impact statement is the highest level and requires the most level of review. It's not something we typically find, but it is when we do find a finding of a significant impact or a project that's affecting 2,500 or more beds or units. The things that we will be looking at are regulations and the statutory checklists. Those items would include the National Flood Insurance Program, Coastal Barrier Resources Act, the airport runway clearance zones, under the statutory checklist, clean air, coastal zone management, contamination and toxic substances, National Historic Preservation Act, sole source aquifers, and wild and scenic rivers. I skipped some just so I'd have enough time to mention that in the state of Connecticut, there are some environmental items that are stricter. So in our review and preparation of the manual guide, we did take that into consideration and provided you guidance. Now, where do I go for more? Well, there is a plethora of information on the HUD Exchange website that is free. These workshops are pre-recorded webinars that can be accessed at your convenience, rewound, along with the corresponding handouts. There's a specific training module referenced as WISER, W-I-S-E-R, which references the online system for environmental reviews. Note, you were on the right, next slide, that it incorporates the online system that HUD is moving towards called HEROES. At this point in time, the state of Connecticut does not require its grantees to utilize the HEROES system. But the trainings and tools, such as what you see here under resourceful links, are great and invaluable in helping you understand what you're looking for and how to accomplish that. So you have information, worksheets that you can utilize for each of the regulations or statutes to be able to fully answer the question. For example, a few years ago, someone answered the question, coastal barrier resources, with a great list of all the amazing beaches and hiking trails and biking trails that are in Connecticut, in that community, on the coast. That's not exactly what we were looking for. So as we've progressed over the last couple of years, we've continued to provide more and more technical assistance. And this is a great segue back to me saying we have an environmental guidebook that we're providing for free. Additionally, as I mentioned about the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act, in some cases there's a lot of overlap, and Connecticut is a bit more restrictive. So we will be having additional training, but resources are available on the OPM website with regards to SEPA. This presentation will be available soon after, in the next week. And if you do have specific technical questions, please include them so that we may share with everyone during the frequently asked questions segment. Thank you for participating. And again, very special thanks to the staff and the team that made this happen.
Thank you, Miguel.
Thank you,
Doing double
Dominic.
duty there, doing double duty, and yeah, in that lobby of 450, old
Yes,
stomping
I
ground for old stomping ground for some of us at state offices. Thanks again for that presentation on the environmental review record and the completion of it. Next up, we would like to open I think we were collecting some chat. I don't know if there are any questions that came through that we can address now or table for another time if we don't have the answer. But is there, did we get any questions?
Hi, Dominic. The only question I saw in the chat currently was about fair housing, specifically if there's any prepackaged presentations that applicants could maybe use with their towns and cities to try to publicize the topic more. So maybe like a HUD resource or something that, you know, a presentation on it. Would the HUD Exchange have some of that material, or?
I'm not sure if Michael Santoro is online, but he is going to cover the fair housing requirements. In terms of packages, I do not believe that our office provides such, but I do think that there are some sample materials. But if Michael is here and available, if not, just grab that question and we will pass it on to him for comment. He'll be on later on. Not too long from now, but certainly can try to address that then. Okay, great. Yeah, he's saying that, yeah, that we can provide samples, which we do have. Anything else?
That was the only question. Just a reminder, folks, since we do have so many people on the call, it's kind of hard to get a lot of questions, you know, live. So we were just asking that you place any questions in the chat that we could address. So please do so. That was the only one I saw. So if you could do that, we could definitely get back and address each question. But that's all I saw at this time.
There was
Excellent.
a question from earlier asking if repairing walkways was considered an eligible activity.
Yes. Walkways and sidewalks and so on are eligible. They are just not DOH priorities at this time. So if it is as a result of having to get to a major part of the project that, let's say, a walkway, sidewalk had to be disturbed, dug up, then certainly can become part of the project, but it's certainly not the focus of the projects that we take on. Hope that answered your question. Okay, keep them coming, but that keeps us on track for time. And next up, I would like to introduce to you folks some of our partners, another set of partners in crime here, and they're from the Department of Public Health. Another seasoned professional, and unfortunately we're losing her to a new team, but she has assured us that she is going to, or her replacement rather, is more than competent and can handle anything that comes her way. Without further ado, I'd like to pass the baton on to our partners at the Department of Public Health, Kim Ploget and Brianna Foley. they will present to you on some of the lead requirements for this application.
Good morning. Do you want us on camera or does that matter?
Sure, they can see your
Okay.
face. That'd be great.
We're like squished in a conference room. Hi, there's Tim's head. Brianna's head.
Hello.
And you'll pull up our slides, Dominic.
Yes, they are ready, and we'll be there in 2, 3, 2, 1. Maybe not.
right, well,
Sorry,
we
it's
can-
coming. It's
we'll-
coming. It's coming.
No,
it's
that's
coming.
okay. We'll just chat a few. And then, so as Dominic said, Kim Ploget, I supervise the childhood lead poisoning prevention program for another week and a half. I will be staying at the Department of Public Health, but I will be moving upstairs to our Office of Preparedness, actually working for my old supervisor, who we started our relationship with the Department of Housing when they became a new Department of Housing. And this is not my most up-to-date presentation, Dominic. So I did make some changes in here. So Amanda, can I ask that you go first for radon so that we can get the right slides? Because I want to make sure that we have the correct slides. So these are not correct. So can you swap her with us, Dominic?
Sure.
Okay. And
Kurt?
I'll email you, Dominic, the correct slides.
Sure.
Okay.
Kurt, are you able to pull up the radon?
Yep, I will jumping right on it.
Thank you,
Hold
sir.
on.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
And again, the wonderful world of virtual presentations. It's great on one aspect where, people who aren't necessarily able to be in the same room with us can be. An example, our PLS leader, Miguel Rivera, commissioner. She was on earlier, a new deputy commissioner and so on. And of course, presenters. So it has its advantages. And sometimes like this, we run into some technical difficulties, but nothing that's been a showstopper thus far. And I thank you for your patience. I see radon is ready, and Amanda, if you're ready to go, there you go.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes. Good morning. Thank you. So my name is Amanda Parkins. I'm an epidemiologist with the radon program at the Connecticut Department of Public Health. I am a one-person program, so I currently manage all activities within the program. Over the next few slides, we're going to cover what is radon, how does it enter a home, what are the health effects, and radon measurement and mitigation basics. Radon is a naturally occurring radioactive gas. It cannot be detected by our senses. You can't see, smell, or taste radon. It is found in buildings all over the US, all different types of buildings, old and new, drafty and well sealed, with and without basements, which is a common misconception that if someone doesn't have a basement, they can't have a radon problem. Radon is one of the nation's most important environmental threats, one that places people at risk in their own homes. Radon is the leading environmental cause of cancer, the leading cause of lung cancer in non-smokers, and the second leading cause of lung cancer overall after smoking. This here is a very simplified version of how uranium decays and radon comes to be. It's formed by the natural decay of radium, which is a decay product of uranium. Both radium and uranium are very common solid elements present in soil and rock. Radon itself is not dangerous, but as it decays, the gas produces radiation in the form of microscopic particles that can cling to house dust and other airborne particles and be inhaled. Outdoor radon is diluted quickly and poses little threat, but when it migrates into a building and accumulates, it can become a health hazard. During radon decay, gamma and alpha particles result. Gamma is not the greatest concern in this scenario, but rather the slow-moving, bulky alpha particles, which pack quite a punch to sensitive lung tissue. Alpha particles can't pass through your skin, but they can be inhaled and affect bronchial cells in the upper airway of the lungs. Radon is measured, thank you. Radon is measured in units called picocuries per liter. Bearing in mind that 1 picocurie per liter of radon creates a total of 6.6 alpha particles each minute, And to assist with the visualization of the damage radon decay can cause, I've included the image on the right, which is from an alpha track detector, a radon measurement device. The spots you see are pits created by the alpha particles as they contact the plastic chip. Now, if they can do that kind of damage to a rigid plastic chip, imagine what happens to sensitive lung tissue. Another simplified illustration here of how radon enters a home. As warm air rises, it creates the need for makeup air, wherein soil gases are drawn into the home. In this way, a home acts like a vacuum via what's referred to as the stack effect. The driving force is from negative pressure. Routes for entry include cracks in solid floors, construction joints, cracks in walls, gaps in suspended floors, gaps around service pipes, cavities inside walls, even the water supply. I think we skipped one. There we go. Thank you. Health effects of radon exposure. So prolonged exposure to elevated radon levels increases a person's risk of developing lung cancer. There are no immediate health effects from radon exposure, and radon gas itself does not cause any symptoms. The radiation created by the natural decay process is what damages the lung cells and DNA, which could ultimately result in lung cancer. The Environmental Protection Agency's established action level for radon in air is 4 picocuries per liter. It's important to note that this is not a health-based value. The World Health Organization has a more conservative action level of 2.7 picocuries per liter, but of course, this is not the one that we abide by. It is also important to note that there is no safe level of radon. At levels of 4 or higher, the EPA recommends measures be taken to effectively reduce radon levels, thereby decreasing the risk of developing lung cancer. Because radon originates from rock and soil and geologic formations are not uniform, and due to all the variables in house construction and occupancy patterns, one home can have elevated levels while the house next door does not. It is also important to note here that it is not practical or feasible to test the soil before constructing a home to predict what a radon level might be. At the DPH, we recommend using a nationally certified measurement provider to test for radon. For a single building, single or multifamily, we recommend testing the lowest occupied space. A short-term test device is placed for a minimum of 48 hours up to 7 days, depending on the device used. We also recommend using a nationally certified mitigation professional to perform any necessary radon mitigation. They must be nationally certified through the National Radon Safety Board, NRSB, or the National Radon Proficiency Program, NRPP. They must also be registered as a home improvement contractor with Connecticut's Department of Consumer Protection. Retrofit mitigation systems are very effective. They're relatively inexpensive and easy to install. The average cost nowadays, inflation included, is about $1,500. A sub-slab depressurization system is the most common type of system installed. The center image provides a diagram of such a system where a small pit is excavated beneath the foundation, then piping is installed and run to the exterior of the home through the sill, where a fan is mounted with an exhaust pipe above. The image on the left shows how a system can be customized to the home via color match painting. And the image on the right shows a fan cover box, which can make the system more visually appealing and less obvious. Even after a mitigation system is installed, periodic testing for radon in air is recommended. The EPA recommends every 2 years. The systems are easy to visually monitor with a manometer pictured above. I don't know that we have space here for questions, but I have my contact information on the next slide, and I'll let Dominic advise on how that's going to be best handled. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Appreciate it. If you will take questions now, that'd be great. We can
Sure.
do that while we address the next slide deck.
Sure.
Anyone with questions, drop in the chat or raise your hand and we can unmute you.
Dominic, there is a question in the chat, and I'm just getting the new slides up. So if you wanted me to can you take a look at that question, please?
Sure.
I can read it. It's if there
I
are
got
any.
it, I got
Oh, sure, no worries.
So just took a little second. There you go. Is there any available funding for mitigation and abatement of lead, asbestos, and radon for older properties if found during an environmental assessment? That was the question.
Question better for me or for you?
That was for you.
When residents call into us asking, you know, a similar question, one of our most common answers is to check with their town to see if community development block grant funding is available. There are not any other state programs that I'm aware of that are specific to radon mitigation at this time.
There are some funds that can cover radon that if somebody's enrolled into the state bond dollars or the Connecticut Children's Healthy Homes Program, HUD funding, there's a healthy homes assessment that's done. So if funding does permit, but they also have to do lead at the same time. So it's not just radon.
Thanks, Kim.
Yeah, it's one of the items they test for. So it's good if they have the money available.
Great. Thank you for that. Kurt, any luck with the slide?
Yep, they're coming up now. So we just need
excellent.
to.
I was gonna. Thank you for that, Kim.
Amanda, I was going to ask, do you mind talking just for 2 seconds about what you have done, say with like Pete Testa with test kits, that if people are interested, that sometimes we do have some as a department?
Yeah, so when we have inventory of radon test kits, and the funding for those kits is provided through our EPA grant each year. But when we do have them available, we've been able to in the past support some of these projects by providing the test kits to those looking to do an evaluation, among other things, but for radon and air. And then the cost is fully covered. And also, you know, doing some boots on the ground education for best methods for test device placement.
Excellent. Thank you for that,
of course.
Amanda. Yes, we have certainly utilized, and we've run a pilot actually with the department a couple of years ago to assist some of these larger projects as they embarked on some rehab. So the kits were available at no cost, thank goodness. And
Yes.
hopefully, yeah, it's certainly cost savings. And we were able to assist a number of municipalities with their testing, radon testing. Particularly since we test all livable units now in Connecticut. It's no longer that 20 or 25% sample size. It's all livable units on the
Right.
ground floor, ground level. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So it looks like we've got lead up and running. And
Yeah, I apologize with these slides. I still don't know why the date's not updating. So hopefully these are.
That's
Yeah.
the one I got, which is why anyway. So thank you, Kim. And without further ado, if you'd like to go ahead.
Yeah,
Yes,
and
go
Amanda, thank you for swapping with us with that. You can go ahead and advance the slide, Dominic. Okay, so I always put in a couple pictures in here just to ask people and to kind of have people understand that, you know, when you're supporting any of these funds for these properties, you really want to ask yourself, does the paint look lead safe to you? So I have a couple pictures in here. So if you can you can advance the next few slides. So as you can see here, there's a lot of chipping and peeling paint. And this is what you might find on some of the older properties, you know, especially if windows have not been replaced. Same here. These are spaces where we actually see kids that are chewing on here and that sort of thing. You know, so again, kids playing in the window wells, sucking on the windowsills. These are just some exterior pictures. And again, my point is just to show you what some of the things we've seen, just so you get an idea as to what this can look like. All right, next slide. And one more slide. Okay, so I don't know why these are out of order and I apologize. One update that I wanted to share with everybody relates to the EPA dust wipes. So I know this has come up a couple times with questions. And Dominic, what I'll do is I'll get you the updated slide deck after. I don't know why this is not what we sent, like what's been saved, but essentially, EPA, if you want to advance to the next slide, they have lowered their dust wipe levels for both lead hazard testing, which is the testing that's done before any work is begun. And they've also lowered now the clearance dust wipes, which take place at the end of the work. So Connecticut, since we run our own program, has to either be as strict or more strict than EPA. So at this point in time, we are in the process of adopting these levels. If you can go to the next slide. Thank you. Our adoption process with updating our regulations takes about a year. So right now we're on target for 9/1/23. And that process involves a review and approval by the governor's office, which just happened, and then it comes back to our commissioner. And my understanding is that it'll be open for a 1-month period, comment period, before it continues to move forward to the regulatory body. But right now, we are saying that any state-funded projects or federally funded projects have to follow these new standards, which are here. Nope, you can go forward one more screen, which are listed here. So essentially, on initial sampling, anything for a floor that used to be the number 40 greater than or equal to was considered a hazard. Now it's anything greater than 10. For clearance, it's less than that number 10. And then for the window sills, it used to be greater than or equal to 250 for being a hazard. Now that's going to be considered anything greater than or equal to 100. And again, for clearance standards, we want to see less than 100 achieved. And the window well for the clearance standards has not changed. So like I said, if anybody has questions on this, please let us know. We have communicated through Department of Housing to several other CDBG funded programs, as well as the HUD partners, as well as even through HUD directly in DC, that we are in the process of adopting these standards, and that our anticipation is that September date, but that these have to be followed in the meantime. So I've had a couple of people reach out to me after we communicated saying that the towns are saying no, they've not adopted the lower levels. It's not optional. So if anybody has questions, I'm happy to discuss off the record, but or in another conversation, but these are the standards that need to be met. Next slide, please. So this was just a chart we developed last year, trying to just kind of explain it a little bit more. So a lot of our stuff is there a child under the age of 6 in residence? Is there not a child under the age of 6, or are they older than 6? And just trying to really look at the standards between the projects. Are they funding less than 5,000? Between 5,000 and 25,000, or is it greater than 25,000? And this is really where regulations can get triggered. You can go to the next slide. So I'm going to actually turn this part over to Brianna, so I will let her cover that.
Okay, so we're going to be talking about 2 different scenarios. So for scenario 1, this is going to be a project that costs $17,500. There are 3 children between the ages of 11, 8, and 7 that are in residence, and that the property has not been tested for lead paint. But many of the areas of the property are seen to have defective paint. So what are going to be the next steps? Next slide, please. So if we go back to what the chart would have said, when there's children over the age of 6 in residence, when it's a HUD-funded project and it's anywhere between $5,000 or more than $5,000, but less than $25,000, it's going to be conducting the inspection with a risk assessment and then going with remediation versus abatement. You can go to the next slide. So for the answers, with the presence of defective paint, you can always just assume that it is leaded, especially if the property was built before 1978. But the testing of the paint is required, and any paint that is tested needs to be done by a DPH licensed lead consultant, and the testing would either be done by a certified lead inspector or a lead inspector risk assessor. Any of the defective surfaces that are going to be remediated need to be done by a certified EPA RRP certified firm. The RRP certified firm is going to be employing any workers or supervisors who have completed the approved lead safe work practice course. They're also going to be developing a lead remediation plan, and at the end of the work that's been completed by the RRP certified firm, the licensed lead consultant, again, either the lead inspector or the risk assessor, will come back in and then will complete the clearance dust swipe samples to make sure that everything falls below the standards. Next slide. So these are two of the pamphlets that are provided by the EPA. One is for protecting the families, and then you have your RRP Renovate Right flyers. So the whole idea of with protecting your family, wet wiping when you're cleaning, if you can do interim control measures of avoiding areas where there's defective paint, and then for the Renovate Right, using lead safe work practices. Next slide. So this is a little flyer that we had created to help people when they need to locate an RP certified firm. Sometimes the EPA website is not the best to navigate, so we try to simplify it, and it's something that we do have on our website. So we do provide the link and just a step-by-step guide on how they would actually locate a renovator within the area. And then just to highlight on here, you could look on the EPA website for a dust sampling technician, but we do not recognize that in Connecticut. So again, any of the testing that is done needs to be done by a DPH licensed lead consultant company, and the work would be done by a certified lead inspector or a lead inspector risk assessor. Next slide. So we also created this document, or Kim did a couple years ago, as a pre-checklist for any of the lead safe work practices, or for anything regarding lead hazard reduction, or remediation. And this is for when there is no child under the age of 6 in residence. So this would be using the lead consulting companies, like I said, for the inspection, the assessment. Then you would just be checking down everything of making sure that you verify that they actually have a current license with Connecticut, that anyone working has the current certifications, that they provide when they actually had their last annual refresher, which needs to be done every year. And that's okay. And then the last one is just the same idea with a planner project designer who could create the remediation plan, or if it's going to be the property owner. So this one is scenario 2. So you have a project that costs $33,000. You have 2 children between the ages, that are ages 5 and 2, and there is defective paint that has been tested and it's positive. So what are the next steps? So in this one, it is a HUD-funded project that is greater than $25,000. Yes, there are children under the age of 6. We do know that there is lead paint present, and because of their levels, comprehensive lead inspection is going to be required, and that is a state requirement. And because they do fall under the age of 6, that would actually require lead abatement, and local health will be involved in this case. Next slide. So again, because the child is under the age of 6, a comprehensive lead inspection is going to be required, and that will identify all lead hazards in the home. So that is paint, dust, soil, and water. Everything that is identified as leaded will be required to be abated. The intact surfaces, so there's no peeling, chipping, cracking, chalking, anything like that, will be placed on a management plan. If it's all in one piece, but it was identified as being positive for lead, just goes on a management plan.
And one thing that I just wanted to chime in on, I've also had a bunch of people this year ask about management plans. So they are not optional. If you have these circumstances where there's a child under the age of 6 in residence, you have you know, the lead inspection, finding lead hazards, whatever remains there that's leaded, whether it's covered by siding, whether it's a liquid encapsulant that was used, you know, whatever, if it wasn't fully replaced with removal, like say old windows, new windows, that has to be on a management plan, and that is not optional for the town to choose. So I just want to be very clear on that part.
Yes, so that those pieces. And then the abatement plan and or management plan have to be developed by a licensed lead consultant contractor, and that would be an actual lead planner project designer. Next slide. So like Kim had mentioned too, with the abatement plans, that's when local health, they don't have a choice on it. This needs to be done and they have to approve it before any work can begin. And then any of the abatement work has to be done by a DPH licensed lead abatement contractor who employs a certified supervisor and the certified workers. And at the end of the job, the work needs to be reviewed to make sure that it was completed appropriately. And then the lead consultant will come out and do the clearance dust wipes. Next slide. So this is how the checklist will differ a little bit with lead abatement projects. So you're still going to want to make sure that the lead consultants are current with their licensure, current with their certifications. They've taken the refresher trainings if they are if they've been employed for quite a while, and then also gathering the information for the lead planner project designer who would actually be creating the lead abatement plan. Next slide. And this is how you can actually locate a DPH licensed lead abatement contractor or consultant. So this is through the eLicense website. So it's elicense.ct.gov. And you would want to, you can generate a roster through this website. So you can go through, you can pick either lead abatement contractor, or the lead abatement consultant, and it will populate a list of current licensures in the state. So you can pull an Excel file, you can organize it by location, name, however you wanted to do it, and you can find exactly what you would be looking for. And you can either do it for the contractors who would again be the supervisors and the workers actually doing the work, and the consultants would be the lead inspector, the lead inspector risk assessor who are doing the testing, and then the lead planner project designer who would be actually creating the abatement plan. Next slide. So some of the challenges that we have seen are that programs are not using the checklists. They're not a requirement, but it is a nice guide to help remind people what they need to do and what needs to be followed, and just making sure that they're having qualified people do the work. Knowing the differences between lead remediation and lead abatement. When it comes to lead abatement, is something that is ordered by the local health department, and there's no deviating away from that. It needs to be done by a abatement company. An RRP certified firm cannot come in and just do abatement work that's been ordered by the health department. Again, it would be involving licensed lead practitioners and the local health department when abatement is required. I feel like we've seen this a lot more frequently over the last couple years as work is being done, local health hasn't been involved, and local health gets involved when a complaint comes in because someone is sanding the whole siding of a house and they should not be doing it, or the interior of the home isn't being abated properly. There's messes everywhere and things of that nature. Another issue that we've been seeing more frequently is that when local health approves the abatement plan, if there's changes that happen to that plan, let's say a new product is out, someone wants to use it, windows aren't available right now, so they're going to do a different type of window, or if they don't have the encapsulant paint, so they're going to change the process of the abatement, any changes made need to be approved by local health department before they can actually be done. And we've been seeing that a lot more frequently, which isn't okay. And then the last piece is just making sure that the clearance dust wipes, oh no, sorry. Just the last bullet was making sure that the clearance dust wipes are being done. They are required at the lead of any remediation and abatement work. It's not negotiable. Like it has to be done. Next slide. So basically, when in doubt, give us a call. We are more than happy to help walk through situations, to figure out what exactly is going on, what needs to be done. We're here to help. And then when it comes to us, we do take action against any lead abatement violation. So whether it is something against a contractor or a consultant, we can take legal action against them. And EPA does have the authority to take action for anything regarding lead remediation violations. And that's it.
All right. So I see there's a couple questions in the chat. I had it up on my phone too. So the difference between abatement and remediation was asked. So the biggest difference, as Brianna mentioned, so abatement is usually caused by one of a couple things. Either you've had a child poisoned and it's triggered our regulations. So local health has issued an order to abate, and that's following an inspection and the identification of lead hazards. In addition to that, abatement can also have to occur based on your funding. So again, as we indicated with that chart, anything that's over a certain dollar amount, or if your funding dictates that abatement must be done, then that, that's a reason for that. And so the difference with abatement versus remediation is that abatement really seeks to look for more permanent removal and permanent covering of the lead, versus where remediation, again, it's based on the dollar amount, and it's also based on the techniques that they're using. So for example, with remediation, you could technically spot repair by using just regular paint to do, say, defective windowsills or window casings, where with lead abatement, depending if our regulations were triggered as well, you'd have to use a liquid encapsulant from our approved list to use on those surfaces. And it is a different product and not commonly used for remediations. The second question here, is the Healthy Homes program available in most of the large cities? So we have a couple kinds of funding available. Right now we have HUD funding that is available in most of our larger cities. So for example, New Haven, Bridgeport, Hartford, and Waterbury have their own programs run by the health departments. We also have a program out in Norwich. We have a program in New London, and looking at Brianna because I think that's it. We also have Meriden and New Britain were just added to the new round of funding. We also have the Connecticut Children's Healthy Homes program, which is HUD funds that are available through the Department of Housing with them, and they cover 21 towns statewide. But complementary to that, we have state bond dollars. So the state bond dollars are available in all 169 communities until those funds are exhausted. In addition, we do have funds that will be up and coming that again will be for abatement. And those are funds through ARPA funding, and those will be limited between, the anticipated date is this July 1 through 12/31/26, or if they're spent sooner. So again, those will be administered by the Department of Health, and those will be available to all 169 towns. And then the last question that was posted in the chat is there a timeline for completion of the management plan? And then who is responsible for following up on the progress, state or local health agency? So with the management plan, it must be done before the end of the abatement. So what happens at the end of the abatement or remediation is that, a visual walkthrough is done by the local health department. The consultant would do clearance dust wipes. Usually they try to coordinate those two at the same time. So as long as clearance dust wipes paths and all the abatement's been completed, that fulfills essentially that order, if you will. That combined with receipt and approval of the management plan then allows the local health department to issue a letter of compliance. So as far as who's responsible for following up on that, that really is combined work between the contractor and the consultant to have that regular communication with the local health department. So it really becomes the funding source that is taking care of those components. So I don't know if that answered your question, Carly, or if you had a little bit different of a question relating to the management plan, but I'm happy to try to answer anything else you do have if I didn't answer that completely.
As there was one question actually a little bit before that. So Carly did just raise her hand. So just give me one moment. I'm going to read the first question, Carly, and then we'll come back to you. So the first question was, is there any available funding for mitigation and abatement, lead and asbestos radon for older properties if found during an EA?
Yes. So again, there are the state bond dollars that cover all 169 towns, and that is lead and healthy homes. Other than that, the HUD programs that we spoke of, I think there's 7, including the ones with Department of Housing. They cover particular towns, but they do have a healthy home piece to that. So the primary focus is lead. If the availability allows for other things like asbestos and radon, then they will do so. But it varies on really what they're finding as hazards versus something that can remain safely.
Great. Carly, I'm going to allow your mic real quick, and then you can do a follow-up. And then we'll probably have to take a break just in general, guys, after this. So just bear with us. Carly, you should be able to come off mute.
All right, can you hear me?
We can.
Great. So I'm Carly DeLuca from the town of Putnam, and that did definitely answer my question. I guess a follow-up to that then would be, do the contractors and the local health departments have any requirements to tell the residents about their management plan and how they're going through with that?
So not in particular the management plan. So there's a couple of things to consider to answer really the question completely. So when the lead inspection is done, if lead is found that has not been previously identified and or hazards for that matter, then that property owner / property manager, whoever's responsible for the leasing, would want to update the 1018 disclosures for the tenants in the areas that it affects, whether it's exterior, interior, common areas and things of that nature. And that's required under HUD and EPA regulations. And then if there is a management plan, depending on what it is. So for example, on the exterior, like let's say somebody puts siding and new windows at a house, those are really not something that would involve the tenant. So they would have to disclose again the updated test results that were found, and they can let them know there's a management plan. But really, unless it involved like individualized, like cleaning within the units or anything like that, there's not a lot of tenant notification that comes with the management plan. I'm not saying it's not good practice. Like absolutely, the more people know, especially if that tenant has a child who's been poisoned there, obviously it's good communication to say, hey, the work's been done. This is now our responsibility moving forward. But that's not necessary unless really, that tenant has to be involved in part of it. And that would be more or less notification of obtaining access to that unit, to check every few months to make sure things are still intact.
Great, that answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a really good question. What I would say is that as much as we can have property owners understand their responsibility with the management plan, a lot of them have this and they don't know that when they sell, they should be passing this on to the next owner and stuff like that. Like the management plan really says, hey, there might have been really good things done to like permanently try to limit access to the lead 20 or 30 years worth of time. But again, the lead is still there. So if something happens, like, there's water intrusion and causes a leak somewhere, and you might have to tear down like new sheetrock over like an old plaster wall or something, you would want to know that, hey, there was lead behind there at one point. So you want to work lead safe and address that appropriately. So that's really the purpose of the management plan, is just protecting people moving forward.
Thank you, Kim. Really
I don't know if
appreciate
there's
it. Is there
Yeah.
any other? One more?
So
We
Dominic, we'll send you I'm going to
Response.
update a few of these still, and I'll send that to you in the next like 15 minutes.
Thank you so much for that.
All right.
Just to keep us on track. I'm sorry, was there another question or Rick? Rick, good. Just to keep us on track, I wanted to just insert a quick break here, a 10-minute break. So it's ahead of schedule, but well, actually we're behind schedule, but we'll take a 10-minute break right now and come back in 10 minutes at 11:23. Thank you. Whoa, and there goes our timer. Oops, and mine. Right, thank you, folks. I hope you had a really nice, short, quick break and refreshed, ready for the next segment. Again, we'd like to hope that things have resolved themselves. I've been getting some emails from a couple of people regarding some connection issues, etc. But if you are experiencing trouble, please let us know. In the meantime, if and when we do roll call, actually, we're going to do another one to check the attendance. So if you will, please, before we get into the next session, which would be part of our technical compliance, part of the application, and that is going to be I'm messing this up, technical compliance, procurement, environmental construction documents, basically accessibility and green energy from our ATS team this morning. So before further ado, let's do a quick roll call. Please type your first and last name in the chat box so that we know you are here and breathing. While you folks are doing so, I'd like to take a moment to introduce another new member of our team at DOH, Simeon Stevens. And Simeon is our newest architect reviewer on staff. And he will share with you, and together with his colleague, Stephen Dupree, the construction specialist on staff as well, another new member. They will share with you some of the technical compliance areas that you need to meet, and particularly when it comes to the drawings and specs that you will submit with the application this year. So without further ado, keep putting in your names in the chat box. If you have trouble doing so, send me an email so we know you're here. And I'd like to have Simeon and Steve take it on from here. Thank you. Don't forget to unmute yourself, sir.
Yeah, I realized that. All right. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Simeon Stevens. I am one of the newest members of the Department of Housing. I'm part of the Architectural Technical Services team, or ATS, and along with my building construction specialists and our environmental specialists, we are the ATS team. So the topic I'm going to be speaking about rather briefly is our technical compliance, which comprises of the environmental, construction documents, production development budget, accessibility, procurement, and energy and green building. Now, these are the the key items in our particular section that we really look for. So it's definitely important that you have these available for us to review. Okay, I'm just going to advance the slide. Okay, so section 4.4, it comprises of the site and building items. So items such as location maps, the zoning, the floodplain maps, the environmental assessments, phase 1, or if you have 2, well, if needed, the environmental site assessment, and then definitely the hazardous material survey. And we do need a letter from the SHPO, State Historic Preservation Office, and the capital needs assessment report, along with exterior and interior photos, and then the planning and zoning and applicable approvals. Now, getting into the 4.5, which is the construction drawings and the specifications, we partner with CHAFA. So we actually implemented a lot of their specifications and their components. So, if you take a look, we be able to reference that on their website and, have that available. And bring up the project development and budget and cost estimate, and then procurement and contracts. And so these are the particular items that I wanted to focus on today, which are, as I said, site assessments and the hazard material surveys, and then section 4.5, construction drawings, and the specifications. And okay, so moving on, here we go. All right, so getting to the environmental items. The ESA, the environmental site assessment. What we need is the record review, site reconnaissance and observations, the summary and findings if there's like any areas of concern or anything like that, and we have to take a look at like potential release areas such as like underground tanks or anything that's that you wouldn't normally see, and you have to do some excavation. Now, looking at the hazardous material survey, these are really important items we have to take a look at, which would be lead-based paint, asbestos, radon, lead in the water and soil, and so forth. And if we do find those, you're going to need to come up with an action plan to remediate that. And those are important because you have to include those with the plan and specifications. So we know that you're actually working on that to get the site mitigated and repaired. All right, so moving on to construction drawings and specifications. As I said before, the DOH partners with CHAFA and to bring we have their specifications mainly, and that's something that we really do recommend you take a look at. Excuse me, because their plans and their drawings, their specifications and their drawings and their recommendations are really high level. So honestly, we don't really need to do a lot on our part. Just make sure that you have those specifications, you meet those qualifications. Okay, and then quickly moving into the accessibility and the adaptability. We are required by the federal agencies that we have to meet Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. And it does deal with new construction and deals with substantial renovation, but really what CDBG really focused on would be more towards the last section, other renovations, which really deals to like alterations and like things of that nature. And what's important when it comes to alterations is that you have to have at least 5% of the units made accessible up to the maximum extent feasible. And you gotta understand that if there is an opportunity to have more accessible units, we may require to provide a little bit more. So, but we do understand that there's a limit to what you have in your site. So, but make sure that you review applicable codes with your local authority to make sure there's no conflicts. You see at the bottom of the slide here, there's at the bottom of the slide here, there's updated codes here, 2017. Slide. All right. Okay, so now speaking of to the maximum extent possible, we see here an example from one of the architects that we usually deal with for projects. This is called accessible routes. Now, this particular project, there are 6 units in this site that were to be made fully accessible and compliant. The architects here provided accessible pathways from the parking lots, to the units themselves. So if you can see along here, all right, and this particular project's in Plymouth. All right, next slide. All right, so now these are particular, just typical examples that we pulled from the UFSA, I'm sorry, UFAS. And you got it. These are actually particularly really close to what we use in the local type A. And so what examples of these are typical door clearances, kitchen counter heights, bathroom turning radii, floor clearances. And gotta understand that sometimes the federal standards, they can actually be slightly stricter than the state. And so you just want to make sure that your design team meets this criteria, both state and federal. Okay. Slide. Okay. So we're gonna dive into really briefly the project development and construction costs. And this section is 4.5B and 4.5C. And essentially what 4.5C covers is your like related overall cost and like related budget. And if you don't have the numbers completely, please use like ballpark figures. And then also moving into section 4.5B, this is really what we would see like the cost breakdown for by the construction divisions. And this is a particular area where we ask that you please use like unit of measurements. We don't really want to see lump sum figures. The reason why it's really hard for us here and me to really do a good cost estimate or a cost comparison to see if you are to see if your numbers really line up. So that's something that we really stress here. Please provide an actual like unit measurement, like quantity, like price per unit, things along those lines. So that's that. All right. And then so we're gonna move into procurement. And so I'm really sure a lot of you are familiar with a lot of the have done this before. But just to reiterate, procurement, it's open, meaning that it's publicly advertised in newspapers, and we do need to have completed bids, which is 2 bids, which would be federal, and for the state we need 3 bids. So just make sure you have those available. And the thing with procurement, which is what we stress here, is that it's fair and it's competitive. For your design team and for your construction contractors, things like that. Right. Okay. And then just moving on. Okay, good. Slide works. So we're gonna speak a little bit about the energy and green building section, which is section 4.6. Talking about energy efficiency and green building. And what that is this is how we're gonna score the project. Energy upgrades, things that can really help would be a energy conservation plan and like a utility letter from the participating utilities. And then also if you're planning on doing like renewable energy like on site, so like solar panels or some type of alternative battery backup, something along those lines. That's something that we definitely will take a look at and grade. And the other 3, water efficiency, if you're using like a storm management system or something along those lines. and then low emitting materials. Right. And okay, so that is my section here. And as I said before, Simeon Stevens, design reviewer, and my ability construction specialist team is Stephen Dupree and Mathila. Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Simeon.
No problem.
Appreciate that. You're getting us back on schedule, which is good. Very good.
I tried.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Up next, we do have our fearless leader again, who's going to catch us up with some of the implements this year with the CDBG application and the SSHP portfolio participants who would most likely be interested in combining the funds to make your project go a little longer and bigger in thinking about sustainability for the next 20 to 25 years. So without further ado, I see Michael, not Miguel. Or maybe he's gonna, I don't know what's going on here. But most importantly, he will share with you the bridge between the two and what types of projects we're looking for and things that you need to consider coming in for the additional funds. Keep in mind that your access to the additional funds, the SSHP portfolio bond funds, is through the CDBG application. So you must complete CDBG, and your application with SSHP should mirror what you put in for small cities to get the additional funds. So keep that in mind. It's not two separate projects, it's one project. So keep that in mind as we go forward. Thank you. Miguel, you're up. And you are on mute, sir.
Can you hear me now? We got some technical issues.
We most certainly can. There you go.
Okay, and can you see my face clearly? Okay, I got a thumbs up. Thank
Everything.
You. All right, great. So again, thank you everyone, and special thank you to the staff for hosting this event today, and my apologies for not being able to participate the whole time. A priority for us at the department is to support and revitalize our state-sponsored housing portfolio, or as we reference them in our CDBG world, as public housing modernization projects. Over the last 2 years, we've made very large efforts to try to work on identifying the needs of our SSHP facilities, working collaboratively with the asset management team at CHAFA. So the first thing I would advise an organization, a housing authority, to do is to contact their asset managers. We are still currently wrapping up the review of what we had established as a pipeline or a wish list 2 years ago. Last year, we measured our success and what we've learned. I'd like to use the phrase "the good, the bad, and the ugly," the old Clint Eastwood movie, because that's what it was. It was an attempt to try something different, and there were very good things that have come out, and there have been some bad, and there have been some ugly, some not so good things that we've identified and we've learned from, and we're implementing changes to. One of those changes is that in the next 2 to 3 weeks, we will be reaching out to interested parties on the public housing modernization through the SSHP portfolio to have a group discussion with our asset management team at CHAFA. Our colleagues will help us identify, as I mentioned, the needs of the organizations so that we can best leverage these resources. We are still considering on how to better implement the project from the every stage. One of the feedbacks that we've received is that it's a little cumbersome with regards to having to submit 2 different applications, and that we are under discussion with CHAFA and how to better address that. So there'll be a special announcement, a bulletin that will come out specifically for interested parties on the public housing modernization. Our ideal goal is to try to have you mirror the application and documentation process with, as best as possible, with the CDBG application. One of the things that we also want to make sure is that organizations that are prioritized have access to the funding pre-development resources that we can try to provide to help move those projects along in a more efficient and effective timetable. One of the challenges that we've identified is that these projects have taken a little bit much longer than anticipated to get off the ground, and have unfortunately been challenged also by the COVID pandemic situation that still addresses material cost increases. So although I will say a lesson that we've learned is that although we hope to have a very long-term resolution in implementing a project to get to almost a 20-year lifespan, we've had to have the conversations internally with CHAFA, along with our housing authority members, to relook at that slightly and focus more on a priority list in regards to what the overall project will be. So it doesn't mean that we can't accomplish the same. It means that we have to take a look at it. We are doing larger projects where we're looking to try to blend up to $2 million of federal CDBG small cities programs with state bond resources at this point of up to $4 million, but we may have an ability to increase that given the generous budget that the governor's office has proposed, but that will not be in place until after July 1st. So more to come on that as we continue our path walking together to try to bring more stability to the state housing portfolio. And Dominic, there we are.
Yes, sir.
Yep. So just to reiterate, the takeaway is that public housing modernization projects will be notified of a follow-up meeting that may include the asset management teams from CHAFA. We'll be reaching out to organizations and municipalities as well as part of our outreach effort to hopefully encourage projects to move forward and to find projects that we could also try to prioritize and help them move towards the pre-development for a future application phase, potentially for 2024. So I'm hoping that we can trying to be courteous and trying to get us back on track with timing, as I know that this makes for a long morning and we're slightly behind on schedule.
Thank you, Miguel. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thank you again. I know you're doing again double duty at the conference today. So what training that is. So I really appreciate you stepping in to explain a little bit more about the SSHP CDBG application process. Next up, we'd like to share with you folks some municipality highlights. Basically, we've been talking about, as you know, the national objectives. We have done the citizen participation. We've done some requirements, the NEPA, SEPA stuff, public health information. And we've been talking to you basically about projects that we are hopeful that will come through the pipeline. With us, what we'd like to do is share one of our success stories that we've done over the last few years. And this is the New Horizons Village in Farmington. This is one of the projects that we just completed 2018 and 2019. Take a look. No volume.
Built in the 80s, more than 35 years ago. So as you can imagine, I'm Carol Fitzgerald, and I have the honor of being the CEO here at New Horizons Village, a mission that is near and dear to my heart. New Horizons Village was built in the 80s, more than 35 years ago. So as you can imagine, it was in great need of renovations. Things were very different in the 80s in terms of accessibility and ADA requirements. Although we did a great job at the time, there were many updates that would improve the lives for our many tenants here at New Horizons Village.
I find the doors, the new automatic doors, very helpful, and I don't have to worry about the doors shutting behind me.
The doors, they are so much better than what we had before. It's just a simple touch, and it's so easy now bringing in groceries. They are so much better.
The new doors are much wider than before. It helps with navigating in and out of any area, from apartments to houses to wherever you are, basically.
Yeah, oh yeah, the new doors are much better because all we have to do is either use our fobs or punch in the code and boom, the door opens.
It's a huge benefit when you've got groceries in your hands or anything. It's easier to just use your fob, have the door open automatically, and it'll shut right behind you automatically.
The kitchens are ADA compliant. We provide refrigerators, allowing the tenant to access the freezer and the refrigerator easily. Our sinks, they're at a height where they provide the ability to roll under them so that individuals are able to independently use the faucets. Our cabinets have pull-out storage bins so that there are many storage opportunities that, again, the tenant can access independently.
The height of the sink and the stovetops are very important to be able to get underneath to reach the burners and especially the faucet, not just for cleaning dishes up, but something as simple as washing our hands.
The windows have made such a difference. So especially in the winters, we'd be freezing. I love that you can see out of these. One, two. Before they were old and you couldn't see out of them. Now you can look out and they're clear. So, and they're brand new. It's great, you know.
The greatest thing about the windows was that they're very energy efficient. We even noticed, like, within the first 2 days of actually having them installed, the apartment itself was much, much warmer.
Huge difference with the new windows. This past winter was just so nice and toasty and cozy warm. No drafts or anything this year.
I love the lighting. Absolutely love the lighting. Even when it's nighttime, you can see. The lighting is great.
Now we can see. You can see right through the village. So you feel so much safer.
Accessibility is the key to life for us in a power chair. We need to be able to reach things and get around things without obstacles. And with the new sidewalk, it is completely flat. It's just perfect right now. Accessibility is important to me because my 4 tires are my 2 legs.
The new pavement accommodates my wheelchair better because my wheelchair that I have now is a slightly different size and shape. So the pavement works well.
We really like to thank those people who helped make all these renovations possible. They really have improved the lives of 101 individuals that have challenges every day with their physical disabilities. The town of Farmington has always been a great partner with New Horizons. and they worked with us on obtaining funding. We'd especially like to thank the Department of Housing Community Development Block Grant Small Cities. In these times, you can imagine the cost of such an undertaking, and we could not have done it without the support of our funders.
Thank you very much to the powers that be for changing not only the aesthetics, but also the accessibility of New Horizons Village.
Thank you for helping us to improve our lives for many years to come.
Residents of the village all appreciate all the grants that we've had for all the upgrades and renovations. It's just making life a lot easier.
I would like to thank all the people that helped us here at New Horizons to make our lives simple and just better in every day that we have to get up and try to go to the store, try to go to anywhere. Thank you so much.
We're all very grateful for your support.
Okay, so that was our New Horizons Village project, 2018 and 2019 actually. And as you know, we have been encouraging a lot of photo documentations of your projects as they're underway. And we've actually, in some cases now, folks have really taken a great interest in providing great footage in terms of what the projects are looking like, and particularly this one that we're extremely proud of. Our goal really is to submit. We do believe that our projects are worthwhile and worthy of national recognition. And our intention, hope really is to get these out there so that the various lawmakers, the people that make the funding available to us that comes in every year to small cities. We're hoping that they will see what we're doing and, of course, send us some more so we can do more great things. So again, New Horizons, that was just one of the many. There are several of the pilots that we spoke of, the SSHB CDBG portfolio that's online right now. For example, we have Kings Corner that's coming up. We are doing Goginski Park that's currently underway. We've got North Haven coming up, Washington, Aldrich Heights. There's a whole, not Washington, I'm sorry, Wallingford. There's a whole lot of projects that are joint funded and looking for this kind of material. So I hope you enjoyed what you saw and were inspired by what you saw in terms of the kind of work that we're doing. So without further ado, I am going to share my screen. I hope things go well. Wish us luck. We're going to talk a little bit about the actual application. We'll talk about that. And yeah, let's see if we can talk about that. Yeah, we will talk about the application process and how to complete your e-application, as we have been doing now for a while. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, great. With me today, I have Lucille Vaughn. Lucille is actually another new employee, joined our team a few weeks ago, and we're really excited to bring her on board and for her to share with you as well as we unveil the application process for this year. So completing the e-form Small Cities Virtual Workshop that we're here. Lucille, can you tell these folks exactly what's needed?
Yes. Oh, what you need to start your application. There's so much information that you guys are providing to us. We really appreciate all the hard work you're going to be putting into this application. So please just make sure you do complete the intent to apply form, which is due April 30th, 2023. Once you complete that form, then you will be receiving the link for the portal to upload your application. We also want you to know, heads up, that you should have all the documents that need to be signed, have them signed with an original wet signature. You'll scan those documents and then upload the scanned documents. You'll save the original signature documents, okay? Just for auditing purposes, you want to have them in your offices. And then you'll see a really awesome handbook. DOH did a great job. I can't take any credit because I'm so new, but DOH did a great job with the application handbook. It's on the DOH website. You'll find terrific information in there. You'll see the application exhibits. You'll see the application exhibit checklist, and you'll see the rating and ranking. So that information will help you start off with your application.
Thank you, Lucille. So, as Lucille mentioned, what's needed, the application, of course, and the general information page. What we'd like to share on that really is to make sure that you complete all the pertinent information that we ask for. If you do not complete this information, and we've noticed that folks tend to forget or they omit things. If you don't, omitting pertinent information that's required on this form would end up in a deduction of points. I believe this year it's up to a 5-point deduction for each error in the very basic things. We want to get you money. We want to fund your projects as they come in. So please take the time to give us the information so we don't have to hunt you down. If you are the person, the grant administrator or the contact person, please be sure to that your information, your direct phone contact or email, whatever it is, how you'd like us to reach you if we need to talk to you, that we're able to do so, and we're not trying to get to you with 2 or 3 phone calls. That's not going to do the trick for you. So, of course, fill out the first part of your application. You certainly want to take a look as well. If you have a chief financial officer, you want to make sure that that information is in there. This year, for the first time, we have had to get rid of the DUNS number, and that's been replaced with the unique entity identifier, UEI number. Please include that on your application this year. There is a link, healthy link, if you'd like to, further information about the unique identifier. Please check on that link and it will bring you there. Important to note that you cannot apply without a unique entity identifier, okay? Make sure that your cage code is there, your SAM's expiration date is also in place. If you are a certified, grant administrator, I'm sorry, this is going to jump. Please make sure that you include the names fully and contact information. Subrecipient, same thing. You want to make sure that all of your info is in place. We moved some of the project information around this year to the first page to make sure that you include the requested amount on the first page, your project name, project address. Now, if you are applying as with a sensitive, for example, domestic violence shelter or so, we know that we will block your address. So there's no need to withhold that information. Your application, once it's within DOH, we are able to handle sensitive information, and we know that that info will be blocked. So there's no need to not provide that information. We need to know where to go to see the actual project, okay? Also, you want to make sure that you have the proper zoning in place for your project. Much too much now, we're learning that projects are coming in, people apply for funding, and they do not have the correct zoning to allow such an operation to occur. So that is, of course, I don't need to say it, but we need to make sure that you do have that information and you do have the necessary clearances. Same thing for the second page. Make sure to go through it. We're not taking public service right now, but this, again, the certified grant administrator, your compliance, whether or not you have the compliance in place, you have a certificate in place. If the town is with certification as well, please be advised that certification is another class that's coming up later this year in September, you do need to be certified. You do need current certification. And if you have been fortunate to be on the first class, we are offering the recertification, which does not entail an exam for the recertification, but you must attend. You must attend all classes in order to attain your recertification. So take time to complete the project type. If you're coming in for public housing modernization, just public housing modernization, that is up to $2 million this year. Let us know here. If you are coming for the public housing modernization in support of the SSHP portfolio, that is what Miguel was speaking about earlier. The additional $4 million, which would get you to a budget of $6 million in total for your sustainable or holistic type project for 20 to 25 years, that would be this checkbox right here. Tell us if it's a project or a program, and of course, support the documentation needed for fair housing ordinance, the action plan, section 3 information, drug-free workplace, and so on and so forth. You will also be required to submit the CEPA scoping, the intake sheet to DOH by, I believe it is April 30th this year. So please be sure to submit that documentation. Next up, we do have citizen participation. That's on the application, and that's pretty much how it's going to flow. The next phase would be citizen participation. So you'll fill in the table, answer the questions, upload the items, make certain that the minutes contain information about your PI or reuse of PI if applicable. Lucille, did you want to tell them what's expected further? I know that Jerome and Danny covered it, but we really want to make sure that you guys hone in on the necessary parts, and you must submit these with your application. It's so important. So could you just share with them quickly what needs to happen here again? Okay, she's not here. Probably fell offline. So we will check.
Dom, hold on one sec. Hold on one sec. She's just on mute.
Okay. Sorry, guys. Okay, sorry. I was just so excited to start talking, I didn't unmute. The citizen participation is a key element of CDBG, all right? Citizens are given opportunities to attend the public hearings, to review proposed activities, and provide input. So please, you'll get a lot of points. You'll make the best of your application if you really concentrate on this part and be very detailed about what you are submitting to us. So some of the details are, we will be looking at the dates that you publicize the notice, and then we'll check to see if it was with 14 days prior to the actual public hearing. So please pay attention to those dates. Also, in regards to the minutes of the public hearing, a ton of detailed information is the best way to go. If anybody submits a letter, please put that in the meeting minutes. Whoever attends, please put that in the minutes. So as detailed as possible. Also, the public notice itself, the longer version, not a shorter version. I just want you to think of it this way. The first two words in CDBG are community development. Think of it as the community or citizens are helping you develop your project. And it really is important that you show us that you went out of your way to get input from the citizens. Thanks, Dominic.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for that, Lucille. I mean, I couldn't have said it better. It's community development, community participation, citizen participation. That is what this is all about. And be sure when you do, in fact, submit your minutes, the minutes must be certified. You know what certified means. Please, please, please make sure that it is signed by the town clerk and there is a seal affixed to that signature. We don't want to reject your application because you did not complete this very simple task, which is to make sure that you have certified minutes. Make sure that they're approved as well. Some folks have just submitted minutes that are unapproved. And so, of course, the town council or the board did not have the opportunity to review those notes. So we can't really verify that you did in fact do what you were supposed to do. So again, citizen participation, community development, same thing. We want to make sure that you are taking and doing the necessary things to get your application scored properly. So a lot of the application that we've changed some items on there, but basically they're all fillable. So take your time, and if you see a gray box, it means that you need to fill something in there. So you see public hearing information here. Make sure you fill in the dates. We're going to ask you to include information, narratives, and stuff. A lot of these boxes, you can use them. And of course, there are exhibits that go alongside some of these inputs. So make sure to include your exhibits, right? Next up would be the national objective. Be sure to check the appropriate box, right? The low mod boxes. If it's limited clientele, area benefit, remember your area benefit. 51%. It need to at least meet 51% in order to qualify as an area benefit. Include your census tract numbers if applicable for your project. And if you are doing a survey, make sure to check with our office and get a clearance before you move on doing that survey. Okay, we need to verify that. Your beneficiary information, please take time to do so. Again, the only way we can get more funds to Connecticut right now, we've been consistently getting a little bit more, but we can't tell this story if you don't help us tell the story. This is all about data collection. I know it's like a lot for some folks to do so, but it's so important. Take the time. You know what your population is. You know exactly who your folks are. So tell us who they are in the application, and make sure that you fill the correct tables to do so. Number of handicapped persons, elderly persons, female-headed households. Again, all these things help us tell our story here in Connecticut. So be sure to do it. This is what the table looks like. Again, drop that information in there, and these, I'm sorry, they're fillable. And so fillable, and they will automatically calculate. So make sure to right click and update field to do so. Sections 1.1, which is the project description. Be sure to detail your project, the physical activities, the services that would be undertaken, and the purpose of your project. There's some helpful information that you will find in the what is it called? The handbook that goes along with the application. So please be sure to take a look at the handbook and follow along as you answer the questions. So there is a very specific detailed section on the public housing modernization / SSHP portfolio, the kinds of things that you need to submit. This section here, 1.1, it's 1,000 words. Be creative, but tell the true story. And we definitely want to help. We want to bring your projects to life just like you are. You all saw earlier just a video on New Horizons, Farmington. So basically, tell us what your project need is for 2.2. If it is that you need a roof, if it's siding, if it's new windows, tell us what it is, and be sure to provide photographic evidence so that we can see it, before even coming out to visit, to doing a site visit. Make sure you tell your story. Be proud of your project that you're thinking of. We don't want to be squinting, trying to figure out on a black and white copy of what it is you're trying to show us. If it's a roof that, as you can see here, there's some discoloration here, that's wear and tear on that roof. If that's what you're showing us, make sure we can see that's what you're showing us. If it is that your air conditioning units aren't working, make sure we can see that. Make sure that, if you want to show us you have defective bathrooms, things that need updating, or things that are falling off the wall, you want to make sure that you tell us that in your project need. Okay. Trying to speed across here so we get to the finish line quickly, but you get the idea. ADA accessibility, regrading of surfaces for ADA purposes, absolutely. It's certainly not, it's not the priority. It should not be a priority on a regular SSA, a regular public housing modernization, but certainly if you are looking to do regrading of some sort, then of course we would take a look at that. Kitchen updates, etc., cabinet updates, we would again take a look at that. If there's a foundation issue that looks like something like that, we will, definitely help. If you've got residents that are complaining about high energy rates, I hope you don't have anyone with space heaters right now. But more importantly, we recognize that costs are going up, cost of living is going up, energy prices are increasing, but we do and we can in fact help by providing some of these funds, and you'll hear later from our partners how you can help bring these costs down. Okay, so bring here. Applicant capacity, and we want to make sure you can tell us who is on your team exactly, what their qualifications are, so that you can in fact administer the Small Cities Grant properly. Next step here would be the file naming convention. We call it file naming convention, folks. It's not hard at all. I'll tell you why we asked for it. We asked so that we can keep these applications and your applications in order, in an order that we can get to it quickly. I know that some of you are very detail oriented, as I am, but we're asking that you stick to the file naming convention. That means, for example, the general application itself, which is that small cities application, is that document we showed first. It's a Word document that's locked. And make sure that it's labeled 000.0 SCAPP, and we know that that is the CDBG application. If you want to include the town name with that name after SCAPP, please do so. That helps us again identify. If you wanted to use an abbreviation, we'll know that it's the particular town. If it's, for example, if it's Enfield, you can use EN something. I forget what the core letters are. But you can be creative in that regard. Please do not write out the entire name. For example, Connecticut Environmental Protection Act checklist. Do not write that out, because our servers will not be able to open up your document because the file name is too long. So stick to the convention, naming convention. You'll see zeros, you'll see 3 zeros, then you'll see 2 zeros, etc. FHAO, follow that convention. It's not that hard. I think you'll find favor. And for those of you who have been with us over the years, you've recognized that it's not that difficult to achieve. Again, here is an example of it. Citizen Participation Plan, it's 00.7 CPP. And whatever your town call letter is, you can add those next to it. We will know that it's the Citizen Participation Plan. You don't have to write that out. Okay. Again, some more examples of it. Next in line would be your budget, 4.2. You want to make sure that you tell us all about your project, your local leverage. Tell us about that. We are strongly encouraging towns to waive that permitting fee. Every dollar counts. We have been experiencing lots of overruns, cost overruns, as you know, some of you know, and every little bit counts and helps getting your projects online. So if you can, in fact, provide those waivers on those fees and permitting fees, etc., you get points for that this year. So we highly encourage it. If you don't, there's some deductions, just FYI. So that's on the budget side. We talked a little bit earlier about your drawings and specs. You want to make sure that you provide all this information for us in this section, 4.4 to 4.7. Make sure that you at least submit a minimum of 40%. And keep in mind that if you are considering the SSHP portfolio inclusion to get the additional funds, you need to get us a better set so that we can move forward with your application and know exactly what it is you're planning to do. We want to fund you, so we really want to understand what the projects are, and it not be two different sets of plans, one for SSHP and one for CDBG. No, we need to see the whole and get the whole picture, so keep that in mind, right? 5.1, the community impact map. Again, very important. We need to see how you're interacting with the folks in your area. The impact map narrative, really straightforward. You want to make sure you tell us how that is happening. Your community support letters, you more than likely need to not look at support from your town. We know that your town supports your project because they're sponsoring you. We already know that. What we want you to do is to get letters from the community. So go out to other civic groups, people that you may have had some interaction with, and get their support letters. I think those actually count for points. So sending in your area representative's letter, not that, I mean, you want to get genuine community support. We want to know that you're actually part of your community. And of course, resident participation. You want to talk to your residents first, get their feedback, get their input, know exactly what is going to make a difference in their lives. When you apply for these funds, you don't want to apply for the funds and it not have significant impact. I know that everyone thinks that, yes, the roof is great or the windows and the siding and all of that stuff, but it might be something fairly simple that you can in fact do for residents, and hearing them out would be the way to go. And that way, at least you'll know what kinds of things to add to your project. The fair housing, you'll hear a little bit more about that from Michael coming up. There's some information that's needed for new grantees and some for returning folks. Sections 7 through 9 is the fiscal and grant management, consistency with the state consolidated plan and DOH training, etc. You want to list all of your relevant trainings that you've done with DOH over the last couple of years in order to access these points. Towards the end of this week, we will post all of the great application information. So what should I say? The actual application itself will be online. The checklists will be online. The handbook will be online. Everything that you need, and including a copy of the rating and ranking and the initial threshold, which is what we use to determine whether or not you can move forward. So all of those documents are going to be up online by the end of the week. I want to say March 31st. Yep, that's right. So check back at the end of the week and we should have them all up. Periodically, sometimes we may have to make a change or an update. So if you download all the forms on that date, you may want to check back within the month or so. We might have an update and we will put that next to it. It will say revised. So you want to make sure that when you submit your application that you're using the most up-to-date version of the application. Again, we may, and from time to time, we have to submit revisions. And it's based on the information and feedback that we get from you folks out there. So check back. Don't just download this one time and not look for the updated version. Okay? We'll try not to, but if we have to, we'll issue one. With that, I'd leave you with these, of course, parting words. I like to say, it's been it's tremendous application to put together. So have one of these, whatever is your poison. If it's alcohol or if it's just tea or whatever it is, just have one. And that you definitely need one of those before you submit. But on a serious note, review the application, cross-check it against the application handbook, review and complete the exhibit checklist. You want to make sure that you are submitting everything that we asked for and that you think you did. So look at the checklist. It helps you to keep that balance between that and the actual submitted documents. If you've checked upload in your application, that means that you have an exhibit and you want to make sure that it is named according to the naming convention. definitely upload it. So if you check that upload, make sure you have an upload, okay? Review the rating and ranking, see how your score, actually do it. So you'll see kind of have an idea what your score is going to be coming into this, and complete and scan all the required wet signatures. Please, guys, and even after the fact, if you should happen to get awarded, everything that requires a signature, please don't have us have you redo it. Please submit it in blue ink. Blue ink, simple, blue ink. I'm saying this again, blue ink. If you're submitting something for us with a signature and it requires a wet signature, please, blue ink. Should I have like a, never mind, you got that. Take a moment to congratulate the folks around you for a job well done, pulling it all together. This is really feel-good work, and we are so pleased to have you as partners as well. So we're glad that you are in this room today, and we're looking forward to receiving your applications on May 31. Thank you, and again, welcome Lucille, and thank you, Lucille, for throwing in some beautiful comments throughout this presentation here. That's it.
Dominic, for time purposes, did you want to address any questions about the application before moving forward, or did you want to have Michael go and then maybe just close up questions for our side before?
Sure, we can do that now if you guys would like. Does anyone have questions on the application? I can answer them quickly now, and then we'll move on to Michael's presentation.
So you addressed the blue ink. That was one of the questions. Someone did ask if they do receive a certificate for the CGA certification.
Yes. To answer that quickly, absolutely. We're a little behind, as you know, and so those certificates should be out by what are we then? By you should have the certificates within 2 to 3 weeks. If you've taken the class, you'll have a certificate. If we contacted you and asked you to retake a portion, then of course you need to retake a portion. But if you have not been contacted, then it's fair to say that you're safe and you've passed.
Great. And then another question kind of related was, is a grant consultant and a town CGA certified person required to comply with the CGA requirement on the application, or is just one basically? Because like, do they need a consultant and a CGA person, or can that be the same individual? That's how I read the question.
So our preference, just to make this a little clear, we've been doing this now since 2019, getting at least getting the certified grant administrator program in place, so that we want you to recognize that you are our partner. So when you apply, or a municipality or housing authority applies for a grant, you are in this with us. And it's no longer the case where, people are saying, oh, I didn't know, and I didn't know, and I didn't know. To answer your question, guys, we are strongly suggesting at this point, still strongly suggesting since 2019, that everyone complies with this certification in terms of getting familiar with the CDBG processes. This is no joke. It's a lot of work, but we believe that if you understand what you're doing, chances are we'd be much better partners in preparing the work that we do and how we showcase it, how we do our reportings, etc. So, to answer your question, yes, we strongly suggest here that towns are with certified grant administrators on staff. And if you wanted to double up and procure the services of a professional grant administrator, absolutely. Those two must be certified, or at least be certified by the time you get awarded. So if you have an award to date and you happen to have missed the last class, you definitely you want to make sure that you get that certification this year. Hope that answers your question.
Great. Those were the only chat questions. So for the interest of time, if there are any additional questions, definitely put them in the chat, guys, so we can see them or get back to you if we don't have time later. But let's keep this moving, I guess.
Thank you so much. Okay, next up is our other. I'm gonna drop my screen here. That's gone, right? Perfect. We've got Michael Santoro, my old boss. Welcome, Michael. And he's going to share with you some of the fair housing requirements. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Dominic. Can I get a thumbs up on being able to see my screen? Or at least a yes from anybody. Lisa,
Yes,
thank
Michael,
you.
we're good.
All right. So thanks, everybody. I'm going to be quick. This is section 6 of the application, Fair Housing Equal Opportunity. There are no substantive revisions from last year. If you applied last year, year before, even the year before that, really, other than the materials themselves having been updated, nothing has changed. So consistent with last year's application, you do not need to submit either an affirmative fair housing marketing plan or a Section 3 plan at the time of your application. We will get those after you awarded and prior to contracting. Please be sure to use the current exhibits on the website. Previous versions will not be accepted. The new versions will be up if they are not already. And we had a question earlier in the day. Yes, we can provide samples of some of those major exhibits. I'm not sure how we will do that. If you have a specific need, please include a request with your letter of intent, and we can, or your email, and we can get those out to you. We'll also try to put them up in some way on the website. We'll work on that in the meantime. So sections 6.1 to 6.4, past grantee sections. 2 sections, past grantees, new grantees. Sections 6.1 through 6.4 are for past grantees only. If you're new, ignore them. If you're a past grantee, fill them out. What is a past grantee? Anyone who's received a small cities grant in any one of the last 3 years. That's 2020, 2021, or 2022. Section 6 through 5 through 6.10 for new grantees only. If you're a past grantee, ignore them. If you're a new grantee, fill them out. A new grantee is one who has not received a small cities grant in one of the last 3 years, 2020, 2021, or 2022. If you got one in 2019, you're a new grantee. If you have any questions about Section 6 of the application, call or email me, michael.santoro@ct.gov, 270-8171. And if you need a sample of a specific section in the fair housing section, you can just email me as well. But we'll try to get them up so you don't have to bother with the email. But if you know you need it, you know you need it now, send me an email. We'll get it out to you. Anybody, questions? Otherwise, I'm out.
Always short and sweet. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate that. So, as promised, I know that we keep talking about these blended projects that are part of pretty much now for the last few years, and our commissioners had the foresight really to have us work seriously on building efforts with our partners out there to help you bring bigger and better projects. So, here we are last year. Back in the day, we used to do public housing modernizations that were to the maximum of $800,000, and that was not working because you folks kept coming year after year to keep going. You phased the projects, but every year, if you know anything about grant writing and grant administration on our part, it's a bear to continue to work through grants year after year. So the idea really was to combine efforts and funds and to, of course, raise the award amounts. So we went from 800,000 to $1 million. Then 1 million certainly wasn't enough. And then we went to 1.5, then 1.5 to 2 million. And here we are. But again, knowing that there have been so many overruns, shortages, supply chain issues since COVID, it became more and more evident that we really needed to include more sources of funds to make these projects work. That said, we asked you and we charged you all with the the job to figure out exactly what you would need on your project site, your campuses, your campuses, to sustain yourselves for 20 to 25 years. So we've been talking to our partners. We've been talking to lots of partners to try to bring you guys helpful bridges to get your projects more funds, more incentives. This afternoon, we have with us again our friends from the Green Bank. With us today, we do have Peter Ludwig. And Peter is going to share with you the new incentives. I know that Pura has that update out, and we've got some better incentives for housing authorities out there. So please, Peter, if you're ready, let's share this exciting news for our grantees to be. Welcome, Peter.
Hold on one moment, Dominic.
No problem. Take time. Oops. Can someone unmute Pete? Thank you. Perfect.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Loud and clear.
Great. And Dominic, do you want me to, am I sharing from my side?
It's up, or if you'd like to, yeah, you can if you want to.
Are the slides up? I don't see them yet, but
yeah, yes, they are.
Okay, well then yeah, please go to the next slide. Maybe there's a delay on my end. Well, while we do that, thank you so much, Dominic and the team, and for the chance to come and talk a little bit about the Green Bank and what we're doing around clean energy and affordable housing.
I'm sorry, 1 second. I'm sorry, hold on, Peter. Apparently,
no worries.
The slides are down. Tech support.
That's okay. I'll go off script a little, and I'll just say as Dominic.
Can you upload on your end or?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Oh,
there they
yep.
are. Okay, I see them now. Okay. So yes, please, if you would advance the next slide. I just wanted to briefly introduce the Green Bank, and we are and if you can, I'll introduce the Green Bank, and then I'll talk a little bit about a couple of our solar and clean energy financing programs. I'll talk a little bit about our battery storage incentive program, and then the last slide is just some links to additional information for those who want to learn more. So Dominic, if you would go to the next slide, please. At a very high level, the Green Bank we've been around for a little over 10 years. We're a quasi-public state agency, and we're really all about kind of addressing climate change, but trying to make sure that people in Connecticut, whether you're a homeowner or a multifamily affordable building owner, or state agency, that people have access to funds, to capital for doing clean energy projects, and more that is more inclusive of things beyond energy. But today we're going to focus mainly on energy. And the next slide, please. And I wanted to just underscore one of our areas of focus. As I mentioned, we're moving into what we call environmental infrastructure, where traditionally we've just been working on energy efficiency and renewables. And we're really focused on, we do receive some funding support from electric ratepayers, and also proceeds from the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. And we also are, as a quasi-state agency, we can kind of raise other sorts of capital. But we're really focused on leveraging small amounts of private money to bring private capital into clean energy market in Connecticut. So it's a little bit just about who we are. And if you would go to the next slide, please. I wanted to talk about a couple of our building solutions financing programs that are kind of designed for customers such as municipalities and affordable housing projects. We do work in homes and investments. So if you say own a home, or you're looking at ways of doing clean energy in your home, message me offline. I'm happy to talk more about that or connect you with the right person. But today we're going to really talk about our building solutions. So the next slide, please. And the first program is called the Power Purchase Agreement, and or we commonly refer to it as a PPA. Would you the next slide, please? And ultimately, I'll go through this pretty quickly, but the general idea of the PPA is that it is a way for a housing authority or really any kind of building to go solar without having to take on upfront costs or long-term management and risk of the asset. So the PPA is basically we kind of call it a third-party ownership structure where the Green Bank or someone like us, we're not the only people who provide PPAs in the state, but would sort of own, manage the system, and the housing authority or the building owner would receive electricity savings, but agree basically to a contract with the Green Bank to pay a lower price for electricity over a 20-year term. So if you enter a PPA with us, you're agreeing to buy cheaper power, basically. And the Green Bank is then tasked with owning the system, maintaining the system. It basically falls on us. I see my camera's still off, excuse me. It basically falls on us to deal with, if it's not very sunny, if inverters break, whatever the issue might be with the solar system, you're still getting a cheaper rate for every kilowatt hour you use. So it's a great way to protect and sort of hedge against future rate increases and remove some of that burden. So that's the PPA in short. If you go to the next slide, please. Here are some of the benefits, which I sort of already touched on, but one of the really nice benefits up front is that there's no upfront cost for the PPA. So basically, the Green Bank takes on the task of paying the contractor for the installation, and then you're immediately offered a cheaper rate per kilowatt hour. Next slide, please. And I did share one case study we did with East Windsor Housing Authority. Can give you a sort of example of, it's a pretty small system, under 40 kilowatts. That's, there aren't a lot of people, there aren't a lot of funder or, green banks or lenders who will do a system that size, but it's part of our mission. And that's, on the smaller side of the type of systems we'll do, but we'll go up from there. And we're always happy to entertain conversations about potential projects. And if you would go to the next slide, please. So the next product I wanted to talk about is the solar roof lease. This is, and you can, the next slide is fine. This is actually almost simpler than the power purchase agreement. Similar to the power purchase agreement or to the PPA, the Green Bank owns, manages, operates the system. But in this model, the building owner or the housing authority is basically being paid, or we're paying the customer, whoever the building owner is, basically to rent the flat roof to put solar on. So it's similar to kind of an arrangement like where you would have a tall building where a cell phone company would rent the tower, to put a cell phone receiver or up there. So it's a very similar model. The Green Bank would own the system, sell the power back to Eversource or UI, and then give the customer a kind of monthly payment, that we agree on beforehand for 20 years. So this is that lease payment is just a source of revenue. It's a steady source of revenue, and we have confidence that because the revenue is coming from utilities, which are a very stable source. So that is the solar roof lease, and again, it's probably even less risk for the building owner than a PPA. Next slide, please. And I see there's a question in the chat Peter Testa asked, how is the lease payment calculated? So it's going to depend on the specifics of the project. So usually what we do is, if someone comes to us and says, okay, we actually have a contractor, or we could help always connect people with contractors, but we would need some specific inputs. A lot of it's just going to be the cost per watt to build the system. It would depend on the incentives available, and then we would be able to come up with a lease payment and a power purchase agreement rate. Like what rate could we sell electricity to you at for 20 years, and sort of compare those. So it really depends on the specific project. As a green bank, as a quasi-public, I can say that we basically just need to make sure that our costs are met. So when we do our calculations behind the scenes, which other people on our team do, we are not profit driven. We need to cover our costs. We want to be a sustainable part of the clean energy landscape in Connecticut, but we're trying to make sure as much value as possible can go to you all who are doing the important work of building and preserving affordable housing. So I just entered this information, this slide, to just show, as you're kind of thinking about solar, if you feel like you need a financing solution. We have the lease versus the PPA. The roof lease is really, as it says here, it's a passive income stream. It doesn't matter how much electricity you're using, where in the PPA, it's a discount on each kilowatt hour you're using. It's a little bit faster and simpler probably on the underwriting side as the lease. So I'm not going to go through all the details here, because I think, I know we have a lot more presenters who have a lot to say. I also wanted to mention that we work with Capital for Change on the Lime loan. This could be, solution for a project where you might need additional debt. I think in many cases, I know, Department of Housing and CHAFA will basically fund you to the full amount. But just something to keep in mind if you're looking for a specific debt project for energy, this is a solution that some multifamily building owners have used and can be a good tool. And I think on the next slide, there's a case study. Again, I'm not going to get into a lot of details about this here, but just sort of flagging that this is another offer that is inclusive of more than just solar. But I really want to get to, if you would go to the next slide, even past this one. I think we're going backwards, actually. Can we go forward? Great. Okay. So one more slide. I wanted to talk about our energy storage solutions program. And, Connecticut has had a lot of success with solar on the commercial side. I would say that on the affordable multifamily side, it's been a little more challenging, mainly because affordable multifamily projects have had to compete with, well-capitalized big commercial buildings to compete basically for solar incentives at the state level. So one of the things we're trying to do is help some of our more underserved market segments like affordable housing to access these programs and to really participate in, the way we're actually making the grid smarter and more responsive and more agile. So we do have new solar incentives in the state, which is great. I should mention that we're thinking a lot about how to pair solar and storage. So now, if you were to go to get a solar incentive, affordable multifamily should get a richer incentive than a regular commercial building, and it should be those incentives should not run out. In other words, there should be an open pool that we're not competing for, with office buildings for. And also, there are increased incentives under the Inflation Reduction Act at the federal level. So a minimum of 30% of, with adders if you're affordable housing or if you're in disadvantaged communities. So there's a lot of great incentives out there for solar and for energy, for backup battery storage. So we're running this program in conjunction with UI and Eversource in partnership, and we're really looking at. And if you could go back one slide, I'm sorry, I didn't. So you know, we do have a lot of solar on the grid in Connecticut, but if you look at this graph, it's showing you over the course of the day, the blue line is showing you how the demand for electricity changes. And then the different colored kind of stripes across the middle are what kind of power are we using to generate that electricity? And you can see that overall, nuclear is kind of the base load, which is a pretty low emission type of power in terms of climate carbon emissions. Then you go into natural gas plants, and then as that demand for energy peaks in the late afternoon, we use what's called peaker plants, which are, you know, expensive to run and very high emissions. And so part of the point of energy storage solutions, if you would go to the next slide, is to create capacity across the state so that customers can save on their demand charges, but and also to have backup power, but also that the utility can draw on some of that power to reduce the overall emissions and cost to meet that peak demand across the state. So this is a really new, it's a new program. It's just been running for about a year or so. We're really excited about the opportunity for affordable housing to participate and get both the great incentives through the state and federal level through this program. Next slide, please. I think I'm gonna, this one I'll include, but would you go to the next slide as well? Okay, so here is, yeah, that one. So here's kind of schematically how you might look at a building's demand over the course of the day, where, you know, if the demand is lower, you're charging the battery using grid power. As the demand gets higher, you're using grid power, but you're also using that battery. So you're contributing to that overall smoothing out of the load across the state, across the service territory of the utility, but you're also getting an incentive to do that from the utility. So we think this is a great program, and I'll say that there is a technical aspect to this. You know, doing pairing battery with storage is not straightforward. There are some, if you follow the link in the slide deck to the Energy Storage Solutions CT.com, you can find the contractors who are certified to work on that program. But also, we're working with a group called the Clean Energy Group, and in partnership with a company called American Microgrid Solutions, to basically help offer some technical assistance to affordable housing customers who really want to explore doing a battery system and usually pairing it with solar, because we think that's usually a good solution. So they're really providing, as a part of the Energy Storage Solutions program, really hands-on technical assistance to affordable housing, you know, multifamily properties. So I think if that's something that you feel like you're interested in learning more about, you know, definitely get in touch, and I can put you in touch with the right people and try to get you in the pipeline to learn more about that and how you can get involved with that project. It's sort of unrelated. I mean, our financing options are always there, but also financing is a means to an end. And if where you're starting is, hey, I have a project and I need to know what can I do, then the technical assistance route could be a good one. So definitely get in touch if you're interested, and we can talk more about it. And I think that's my last slide. And I think my contact information is on the next slide. So feel free to be in touch. I'm happy to answer questions if there are any. And thank you again so much for the work you're doing and for the opportunity to speak with you.
Thank you so much, Peter. We are always extremely happy to have you folks come down and or come online and share with us the program. Any questions for Pete before he takes off? I know he's going to stick around as well, so if you can think of something, he'll be here through, I guess, next couple of minutes, but feel free to drop your question in the chat. But again, definitely really exciting stuff down the pike. So please try to reach out to our partners at Green Bank for more information on the solar systems and, of course, the battery backup system potential. Next up, we have another partner and in crime, and her name is Natalia Sutka, and she is with the Eversource team. Natalia is going to talk a little bit about the energy incentives that are available, and also the not latest and greatest, but now definitely the EV charging station program as it has been rolled out within the state of Connecticut. So we're seeing more and more of it. And again, as you're looking at your long-term plan, 20, 25 years, definitely try to take advantage of the incentives. I believe they're still up to about $500,000. And depending on the size project and the type of energies efficiencies, and of course the EV charging station, something to definitely look at for your respective campuses. So Natalia, welcome back. You're on.
Hi, Dominic. Hi, Dominic. Thanks so much. Are you able to share my presentation?
We most certainly can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just 1 second while it comes up.
Sure. So in the meantime, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me today to discuss our partnership to achieving energy savings and a clean energy future for us all here in Connecticut. My name is Natalia Sudeca, and I am the Energy Efficiency Supervisor at Eversource. Next slide, please. And just really quickly, Eversource is the largest energy company here in New England. In terms of energy efficiency investment, we have over $700 million annually. So there is a lot of funding available for us here in Connecticut. And I'm here today to discuss how we can leverage that for your projects here. Next slide, please. And just to sort of reiterate what Energize Connecticut is. So Energize Connecticut is the umbrella for a suite of energy efficiency programs in Connecticut. It's administered by the local utility companies. So I'd like to, point out that not only Eversource, but also Avangrid is a partner here. And the slides that I go over today are very much, across the board between the two utilities. It applies in whichever town you have projects in. The Connecticut Green Bank, the Energy Efficiency Board, and state are also all partners within this umbrella program. Next slide, please. So just quickly, the agenda for today. So first, I'll actually go over the energy efficiency solutions, and that includes retrofit and new construction for multifamily properties. And then I'll go into a little bit of the electric vehicle charging solutions. And for Q&A, please raise any questions that you have. I know we're crunched on time at this point, but I will be happy to respond, if time permits, or I'd be happy to follow up with you directly offline. I would say that while my expertise is really in energy efficiency, and I definitely borrowed some slides for our electric vehicle charging program, if there are specifics, I would strongly encourage those questions to be held off so that I can, properly forward them over to my colleagues. So next slide, please. The components of an overall general clean energy strategy really include, 4 buckets here. So energy efficiency, building and system commissioning, renewable energy, and of course the electric vehicle charging for the transportation sector. So let's keep these 4 buckets in mind as we move forward, through our discussions today, but also as you're really looking at your projects and again looking at the funding opportunities. Next slide, please. So what is the multifamily initiative? So this is a retrofit offering. It includes incentives, financing, and also technical assistance for existing properties. It's comprehensive, and we're really looking at whole building solutions, right? So we're looking at any opportunities within the dwelling units, within common areas, exterior areas of the property, lots of different solutions there that are of potential here. We are looking at apartments, condominiums, townhouses, and even sort of scattered sites if you do come across those. As long as there's really, 5 units or more, we would address them through the multifamily initiative. And it is an open market program, which really means that customers select the contractors, general contractors, architects, engineering firms, what have you. It is open market, so you're really free to do that, and we'll work with whomever is involved in the project, essentially, so the project team. And then I think it's important to note that this program is available for multi-year projects, for past participating properties. Maybe there are some opportunities that were not leveraged before that can be looked at this time around. So just keep that in the back of your mind. We're always willing to work with any projects or ongoing projects. And then there are really two segments of this, right? So there's the market rate segment and then the income eligible segment, which does not necessarily have to be subsidized as long as 2/3 of the tenants residing in the apartments or condos are at or below 60% of SMI. So that's that important note here. And so this was for our retrofit. And so for on the new construction side, our program is called Residential New Construction. And this program provides really modeling and performance incentives for electrification, for passive house, as well as certification initiatives. So there's a lot that goes into that as well. So at the end of the day, there's a lot of different solutions that we work with our customers on. And the next slide here shows the different measures, right? The energy efficiency measures that we provide incentives on. So the program addresses, again, a comprehensive whole building approach. So we have measures within the dwelling units, which are the direct install measures, including air sealing, duct sealing, low flow faucet, aerators, and shower heads. Something new from last year that folks might see missing here is bulbs. We have this year sunsetted providing incentives for LED bulbs within the dwelling units. So that is gone. However, there's still really good opportunities within the dwelling units. And then the other two buckets are common measures. You have lighting upgrades, insulation, windows, appliances, and then of course some of your larger upgrades like HVAC and domestic hot water system upgrades. And then for custom measures, I have 4 up here, from chillers to controls to steam trap repairs, but of course the list goes on, right? There's a lot of different opportunities that can be addressed within retrofit projects. Next slide, please. So there are really 2 paths to participate in our multifamily program. The first one, of course, is really relevant. So it's the CHFA and DOH competitive funding, what we're talking about today. For renovation projects, there's these are the energy and maybe non-energy related upgrades that folks are participating in. On the new construction side, it could be ground up construction, brand new construction, or gut rehabs. So gut rehabs would really go through new construction rather than retrofit multifamily projects. And then in terms of this bucket here for this competitive funding, you would receive a letter of participation from the utilities. So whether from myself here at Eversource or Avangrid Partners, and you would have the opportunity to include that letter of participation and submit it with your application for the funding round. So what that means is you would actually know ahead of time what the estimated incentives would be. And so the funding would then be sort of leveraged based off of that, which is really great. Of course, parameters change and scope of work does change. during the construction or during bidding. So we are at the end of this process here, there is a letter of agreement that is provided to customers, right? So that is the actual, rather than an estimated incentive, it's the actual incentive that would be received. And so the second bucket here is the standard path for energy efficiency projects. And again, it targets energy efficiency upgrade projects for existing properties and again, new construction. The next slide. So this is the funding process. Just a reminder for CHFA and DOH. It's really similar for new construction as well as multifamily existing buildings. And this was really, thinking back, this was rolled out in 2016. And I think it's been working really nicely for us and our partnerships. So our goal is really to partner, right, with organizations to deliver packaged resources for not only incentives, but financing and any other, leveraging any other financing opportunities available or funding opportunities. And so entities for that reason are required to work with utilities to review projects and receive these letters of participation on both ends as soon as possible, right? So that you can submit this with your application for the funding runs. And then for the new construction specifically, just want to point out two different key points here. For project initiation, this could really be the engaging with a Hertz rater or an energy modeler. And the proposal for new construction is a little bit different. It must include at least 40% drawings and must have an RNC initial application information for the LOP preparation. So that must be submitted together to the utilities. And then for the existing buildings, there's the 5 different steps here. So from project initiation, which is really, the folks on this call, I believe it's really your sort of time to shine here, right? And then project review is when you're actually submitting that over to the utility. And then my team or Avangrid team would review those submittals and provide that letter of participation. Next would be the incentive commitment. So once you have secured funding, the utilities would provide that letter of agreement that I mentioned a couple slides earlier. And that would be that that commitment, right? That commitment letter from the utility to the customer with energy savings and incentives. And then, the installation would occur, which is when you have your, contractors that have been selected actually install all of the energy efficiency measures. And finally, what we would do is verify that those measures installed match the letter of agreement, the initial scope of work that was presented to us. And if everything checks out, we would provide that incentive payment and issue it directly to the customer or to the contractors. And that's for the customers to decide what they're most comfortable with. So I know this was a lot of information. So next is just a quick overview. I know that similar slides were presented last year. So for any new folks, I'll just quickly go over this. But the gist of this slide is that our incentives did not really change from last year, which I think is great news. They are very lucrative within the market rate segment for single end use projects. The project is eligible for up to 50% of measured cost and up to 65% for comprehensive projects, which is, two or more end uses. So think of it as, let's say, direct install measures and lighting or appliances that would get you to that comprehensive project there. And then within the income eligible segment, it's a little bit higher here. So for single end use projects, the incentive cap goes up to 75% of the measure cost and up to 90% for comprehensive projects. So really lucrative, and it's you know, I always get excited talking about it because there's, you know, those incentives are really a great way to leverage and buy down the project cost, right? The out of pocket. So in addition to our very lucrative incentives, we also offer a 0% on-bill financing option, and this is for housing authorities. So this is actually only available to Eversource customers. So if you are an Eversource customer within on the electric side or on the natural gas side, there is that 0% on-bill financing available. And the cap now is actually up to $1 million. So it's, you know, it's really great. And that's the financing package that's available. So next slide, please. So these are our contact information for both Eversource and Avangrid. So it's called a multifamily initiative on both ends, but we do, you know, you do want to reach out to the correct utility so that you're securing and going through the process correctly. But if you do ever, you know, maybe you're not sure which utility company to work with or how to reach either one of us, feel free to, you know, to reach out, and we'll be able to connect you with, you know, with Avangrid and vice versa. So the next couple of slides, I'll go over the Connecticut Electric Vehicle Charging Program. This is really exciting. And this is, you know, it's sort of a brand new offering for Connecticut, right? So this is again in conjunction of a partnership of Eversource and United Illuminating. And this started just last year. So on the commercial EV chargers, here are the incentive levels. So, you know, DC fast chargers, the baseline is 150,000, and underserved, the cap here is $250,000. And there is an underserved communities map. So that's what we mean by underserved. You would have to go in and take a look if the property is located within one of those communities for that higher incentive. And so the way that it works is, you know, you have level 2 or DC fast chargers. I know I mentioned DC fast chargers already. So level 2 is typically what you would see for multifamily properties. And so you have, you know, port installation requirements. We do require a minimum of 2 ports for multifamily. For public, it's 2, and for workplace, it's 4. But I think what's relevant to this group here today is that multifamily 2-port requirement, and level 2 would make most sense. So that's up to $20,000. That's a baseline. And then for underserved, again, it's up to 40,000 there. And that's the per site maximum rebate amount. Next slide, please. So the eligible cost or the rebates are capped at, so there's really three different buckets here, right? There's 3 different expenses, if you will. So the chargers, for the actual chargers, our cap is up to 50% of the cost. The make-ready installation is covered up to 100%, and that includes pretty much everything you can think of when it comes to installing a electric vehicle charging station, whether it's trenching, connecting. You know, there's a lot that goes into it. So that's actually covered up to 100%. And then future proofing is also covered up to 100%. And future proofing is exactly what it sounds like. You're getting your sites ready for any additional, you know, future opportunities to maybe add on more electric vehicle charging stations than you're sort of starting with right now. And so the other thing that's important to know is the electric vehicle chargers must be on the qualified product list or QPL. We do have a list that's available online that you can take a look at. I think it's really a really great guide. If you don't know where to get started, you can take a look at what actually qualifies and have those discussions when you're working with the companies that would be installing it for you, essentially, right? So you have an idea of what you want to do and what you'd like to install. Next slide, please, is the actual project process. So first, the first requirement is on your end, you must plan the actual project and gather proposals from contractors who would be installing the chargers for you. Once you have that ready, the next step is pretty simple. You submit an application. Typically, those contractors will actually help you submit that application as well. So it's really meant to be a quick and painless application process. And you would receive an incentive reservation letter from the utility company, again, whether it's United Illuminating or Eversource. And the commitment here, the turnaround time is about 10 days that you would receive that reservation letter. So you can really, it's really meant to be a quick, turnaround process here. The third step is the actual installation and activation of your chargers. And finally, the payment request would be submitted, and then you would receive the incentive check, sort of similar to that multifamily initiative. You would receive that whether you're the customer or whether it's going, or whether you're designating a third party to receive the payment. So that's the customer's option, the two different options available. And next slide, please. This is actually if you are looking for more information. So, I shared sort of on the commercial side, as this is applicable to, multifamilies, level 2 on the commercial side, but you also have, on the residential side, there are electric vehicle charging incentives or rebates available as well for both Eversource and UI. So I believe these slides will be shared and the presentation will be shared, so you'll be able to, again, take a look at the information here and contact if you need some support. Clearsol is actually the company or third party that we are working with to help us connect with all of our customers that are calling in and contacting us for some support. So those would be your best, your best contacts moving forward. But again, we're always available. So even if you reach out to me directly, I'd be happy to connect you to the appropriate place.
Thank you so much, Natalia. I really appreciate it. And as usual, great information. I do think we do have a couple questions, but we are out of time. So we will bank those questions. And if we can pick it up at the end, maybe that'll be great. But if we could just bank the questions, send them through in the chat line, and we'll pass them on to Natalia. We'll try to get back to it. But I do want to give adequate time to our next presenter, who is also another great partner with us. She has been Lynn Stoddard, that is the executive director of Sustainable Connecticut. When we talk about Sustainable Connecticut, folks, we really mean partnerships here. Again, partnerships, community development, community planning, and if you can enjoy the concept here that you're going to learn a little bit more about, you can see why it's so important to tie all these things together. So we're talking about, earlier we were talking about the citizen participation. This is the ultimate form of citizen participation. Take a listen and see how you can tap into this really cool incentive here with Sustainable Connecticut. So good afternoon, Lynn. Thank you so much for joining us and agreeing to take on this presentation. So without further ado, Lynn will tell you guys all about Sustainable Connecticut and the incentives, how you can in fact get on board and share the ultimate prize, citizen participation here.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Dominic. You can hear me okay?
Absolutely, you're on.
Awesome. Okay, excellent. So thanks everyone for your interest. We're going to go through this quickly. So next slide, please. Sustainable CT, if you haven't heard about it, is a voluntary free program for Connecticut towns. We provide a roadmap of sustainability actions to make communities better places for all people. We have technical assistance and funding to help with that. And we have a certification program to recognize towns doing great things. Next slide. So far, you can see from the map, we have 131 of the 169 towns in the state that are participating. Again, it's free. It simply requires a resolution by your town council, which we have a template for to join. 59 towns are certified. So those are the bronze and silver dots on the map. And over the past 5 years since we've launched, well over 3,000 sustainability actions have been implemented, showing really strong opportunities for resident participation and civic engagement and connecting communities. Next slide. So one important part, I mentioned that we have a roadmap of best practices, technical assistance and funding, and then the certification. This is the funding part, our community match fund that is closely tied to citizen participation, resident participation that you've been talking about today. It's a fast, easy, flexible application process for quick projects. Anyone with a good idea to improve their community. So residents in your campuses or involved in your projects would be eligible. They don't have to be a 501c3. It doesn't have to be a member of the town staff. And essentially, we've created this so that the funding is really accessible to all residents, anyone with a good idea. So we've set it up as a crowdfunding and grant match program. You have a great idea for your town, or your community. We set you up on our crowdfunding dollar. We match dollar for dollar what you raise, up to $7,500 from crowdfunders, $7,500 from us. So it can be a $15,000 project. We provide the coaching. So far we've invested about $3 million in a little over 3 years in 248 projects across the state. You can see the dots all over the map. And that not only is the projects and the dollars coming to communities, but over 13,600 crowdfunding donors. So that means the person with the great idea is supported by many, many other people who are crowdfunding $5, $10, whatever. And that's, we designed this for real community engagement. So I'll tell you a little bit more in the next slides. Next slide. So the type of projects are how we define a sustainable community, and that was developed with input from towns across the state. Every town contributed to the development of sustainable CT. So we said, what are the things that make a town sustainable? And as you can see from this list, it's much broader than just environmental sustainability. It starts with equity and inclusion. And we include things like affordable housing, homelessness prevention, thriving arts and culture, and so on. So you'll have the slides for this, and you can see them all on our website. But essentially, these are the main impacts and ingredients for sustainability. And then we help fund and support these projects within these main categories. And so on the next slides, I'm just going to give you a bunch of examples of crowdfunding projects. Great. So we've had a bunch around recycling and composting. So imagine the affordable housing projects you're doing. This is a leverage of an additional opportunity to both engage residents, empower them to lift up their ideas, and bring some additional money. So if there were an opportunity, if composting wasn't happening within the community, someone living there could say, hey, I want to start a composting project, and there's, a place for the compost to go. We can help with all that stuff. They would reach out to us. We talked. It starts with a conversation. There's no super formal, detailed application. And we say, that's a great idea. We'll coach you on it in crowdfunding and help get you rolling. So there's some examples of recycling and composting projects that have been funded across the state. Next slide. Here's some examples of community gardens. People have said we would like to address food insecurity, or at least just grow local foods, healthy foods that are accessible to our communities. Again, any residents living in your projects could come up with this idea and create a crowdfunding project that we would match the dollars and help create the space for that. And the town may be engaged in like kind of digging the beds or whatever. Next slide. Other examples include just creating community spaces, and I pulled a couple examples. In Tolland, they wanted a park especially designed for seniors, wheelchair accessible and so on. So they created the cool park on the left. Some residents in Falls Village wanted, again, just a community gathering space. So it may be taking a portion of the grounds associated with your project and converting that with some amenities like benches or something like that. Next slide. We have lots of projects that are eligible about community events, community celebrations, and community building. So you can see the examples here, holding a sustainability fair to educate residents and folks about, you know, how to minimize waste and energy use and so on. A celebration of diversity, a Juneteenth celebration day that happened in Vernon. In Essex, people just wanted to start a discussion series on sustainability. So they raised money and we matched those dollars to do that. In Fairfield, there was like a cultural alliance that was connecting people through cultural stuff. Next slide. Arts events. So here again, some examples. General arts festivals, actual kind of theater productions, film festivals that have happened throughout the state that are just bringing a higher quality of life to the community, helping empower people to connect with the art and possibly things in their background, in their culture, and share that with others. Next slide. Cleanup of natural areas. So if there's a litter issue or a stream or something that could be aided by some cleanup, that's also a very eligible and simple community match fund project. And the next slide. Tree planting, also some beautification, has some, of course, benefits for cleansing the air, filtering water, sequestering carbon. So lots of reasons to plant trees. And that's, again, a very simple project to raise money for and create a higher quality area, green areas in your community. Next slide. Pollinator gardens, similar to trees, a lot of communities have planted gardens that are both beautiful and providing opportunities for pollinators to flourish. Next slide. So this is to sum it all up. It's a very simple process, our community match fund project. The town that you're in has to be registered for sustainable CT, but that's easy, so don't let that be a barrier. If you have ideas or thoughts about using this to help with community engagement for your housing project, please reach out. We're empowering residents, we're connecting people, we're inspiring fun and cool projects, and improving the quality of life for everyone, and bringing this extra money to your project and your community. We are happy to work with you and have discussions and provide any letter of support for your grant proposal before the end of May. And the last slide just tells you how to get in touch with us. Next slide. Yeah, so I'm Lynn Stoddard. Joseph Dickerson is our community partnership manager. If you reach out to us at funding@sustainablect.org or the phone number, you can reach us and we'd love to hear from you. That's it.
Wow, thank you so much, Lynn, for that speed production on Sustainable Connecticut. But before everybody takes off, we have to do one more roll call. So while I kind of wrap this up, I need you folks to type your first and last name again in the chat box. And if you have questions for Lynn, we'd be happy to take it. But again, this here, as I mentioned before Lynn started, it's the ultimate and citizen participation. I mean, get energized, get out there and get projects that you can in fact have your community involved. So at least you know they're in your backyard, they're on your side, and they're not going to oppose your project going forward. So these are some great examples. There's like recycling, there's, there's composting, the community garden. That's something that's awesome. You can take on projects within the community itself, but it's a great way to earn an additional $7,500 match towards your project. Now, again, it's not substantial money, but again, it's really about gaining that partnership that you do need within communities. So I don't think there were any questions for Lynn. Any questions you guys grabbed for her? But before, thank you so much, Lynn, for coming in and your team. We really appreciate it. And folks, you are required to touch base with these partners as part of your application this year. It's not just a nice thing to do. You are required to touch bases and submit your findings based on the communications that you've had with these partners that you heard from today. So you heard from Eversource, you heard from you also heard from the Green Bank, and now, of course, Sustainable Connecticut. So you do have to make these connections before the application process. But just wanted to quickly mention again that we went through the process, the application process. I'm not going to belabor that. But what I do want to say is I really appreciate all of our staff who've been on here, who've taken the time to make this workshop, bring this workshop to you. I would be remiss if I did not say how well we work together, and particularly since we have some new faces on the team. So we're very excited about that, and thank you guys for your work. So I'm going to start Lisa, Jerome, Danny, Lucille, Kurt, back end new IT tech guy, right, keeping you, and Lilia for sure, Taylor, and I don't know who I'm forgetting. Oh, Steve, and of course, Steve and Simeon. Anyway, just wanted to say thank you for all your great help and support. And of course, our leaders, Sailor Mascara Bruno, newest Brandon McGee, and I'm forgetting Miguel and Michael. And the team just goes on and on. But for those of you who are going to be submitting applications for the CDBG/SSHB, just remember, keep in mind that access to the SSHB, the additional $4 million to get you that $6 million grant fund, you've got to really think about a plan that is holistic in nature, okay? And you must sustain yourselves for 20 to 25 years. So think about that as you're putting that application together, as you're putting the plans together. You must submit that comprehensive maintenance plan, as you heard about earlier. You want to make sure that you at least meet the state minimum requirements for ADA accessibility. Those kinds of things, you want to make sure that they're part of your plan, okay? Take a look at the energy efficiencies and all of those items that we covered earlier. You certainly want to take into consideration as you prepare these applications. We're going to post all of the slide decks from today's workshop together with a recording of this application or workshop application workshop. I can't believe I just messed that up. But we're going to post all those great things on the DOH's website so you're able to visit and at your own leisure. Download all the forms. We're going to put those up by the end of the week. Any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. Again, our information is www.ct.gov/DOH. That is going to get you to our site. You definitely want to go to the Community Development Block Grant page, and on there you will get the great information. Right now, you'll see 2022's application. Don't worry about that. We're going to post the 23 by the end of the week. So check back with us. And again, as mentioned, during the course of your application, check to make sure that there has not been an update of the actual application and supporting documentation. So I thank you all. I think everyone has done their roll call. I think I see names have gone through here. So we appreciate that. Thank you for your time today. And on behalf of the Department of Housing staff, I'd like to thank you for your participation today. And we